SVA Products of Design welcomes you to the 10th Thesis presentations. I'm Alex DeLuz.
And I'm Alexia Cohen.
We both guide students during their first semester of Thesis.
Alex covers directed research, and I cover prototyping.
Can we please have a big round of applause for the graduates of 2023? Alan wishes he could be here today, but he's in Canada helping with a family health situation. He is likely watching the live stream and clapping as loud as we are. Hey, Alan.
We are so thrilled to be here. Personally, as an alum, this is very special. It's hard to believe that I was here just 5 years ago, standing here, giving my presentation. But how did we get here? This department graduated its first class in 2014, and we've been celebrating the thesis here in this theater ever since. Here are the title slides for every year since our program launched. First, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth.
Ooh, an animation!
Ninth.
And of course, 10th. Thank you, Kaylan, for updating our look and feel. So, what is today all about?
We are unique in the world of graduate education because we teach almost every flavor of design. So you'll see projects in physical product design, digital product design, social innovation design, experience design, service design,
Systems design, business and venture design, platform design, speculative design, and community design. Over all these years and all these specialties, POD has stayed true to its mission and promise.
to nurture multidimensional designers for leadership in the world of design.
Today, you're going to meet 14 incredible designers.
And we've got a few surprises along the way to help us celebrate the 10th year. But before we begin, some thank yous.
Thank you to the families and loved ones of the class of 2023. Thank you, SVA leadership, David Rhodes, Tony Rhodes, Chris Cyphers, and Emily Ross.
As always, a big thank you to Marco and Julia, the staff member at POD. This day wouldn't be possible without them. Also, thank you, Stephen Heller, POD co-founder, and Alan Chachinov, also co-founder and current chair, and all our SVA colleagues.
Thank you to the SVA Theatre team, and thank you to Mitch up in the booth, and Sean, who you'll see walking around documenting our special day. Can you wave to us, Sean?
Oh.
There you are.
Thank you to the students and staff who've been helping us today. Kaylan for the amazing design of the presentation. Sinclair and VFL staff for helping the students with their projects. Sharvi and Sarah for keeping us social. And and Nigel for being our MC. Can we do a test, Nigel? What's your dog's name?
Kobe.
Thank you to the POD thesis faculty, Emily Baltz, Alexia Cohen, Bill Cromie, Pierre-Alexander DeLuz, Christine Mudd, Sam Potts, Sinclair Smith, and Chrissy Xenakis. And thank you to all of our POD faculty. Here's the full roster.
And of course, thank you to all the faculty and staff who've contributed to this program over its life, even a larger roster. Also, thank you to the alumni who made it here today and who are joining us on the live stream.
And of course, thank you to this graduating class of 2023.
And finally, thank you to the first year students. We'll see you here next year. Please tag us on social media. And thank you for sharing this day with us. And enjoy the show.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Corey McClelland.
2 years. Before I start, I want to acknowledge that I'll be using the word disability throughout this presentation, and I'm referring to the mismatch between the objects and environments in a person's life and their body. I'll also be using terms for people's bodies and disabilities that they identify with and acknowledge that other people may use different language. Thank you. My name is Corey McClelland, and I have a disability. I have dyslexia, and some refer to this as an invisible disability. It means that it's not readily apparent that I have a disability when you meet me. Like a lot of people, I've entertained the thought of becoming an astronaut. NASA isn't explicit about dyslexia being a disqualifier, but the required testing would most likely weed me out. Unfortunately, that's not the only reason. I don't come from a military background. I don't have the right type of STEM degree. My vision may not be good enough to pass, and I'm about 2 inches too tall. Eric Ingram, on the other hand, has the credentials, and he's applied to be an astronaut. He has a bachelor's in physics, a master's in engineering, but he's not expecting a call from NASA anytime soon because he also has a disability. Despite being a highly qualified individual, being in a wheelchair is a non-starter for NASA. This begs the question, who has access to space? In 1959, the United States selected 7 test pilots to kick off their space program. They were referred to as the Mercury 7, but also known as the Right Stuff. In 1967, the definition widened to include Robert H. Lawrence, the first African American selected for a space program. Widened further in 1972 to include non-military background with American geologist Harrison Schmitt. 1978, widened to include women. And then in 2021, Blue Origin widened it even further, flying William Shatner, a 90-year-old actor with advanced arthritis. So why not people with disabilities? Well, the European Space Agency is asking this exact question. They've just selected John McFall for their astronaut program. He's a surgeon, an athlete, and has an above-knee amputation. So it's not that we can't, it's that we haven't. I've identified 3 reasons why disability inclusion is important for humanity's future in space. First, designing for disability is good for business. SpaceX, Blue Origin, and Axiom are already sending civilians to low Earth orbit, with bigger plans of private space stations on the horizon. 16% of the global population experiences significant disability. When disability is not being designed for, these companies are ignoring 16% of the potential market. Second, designing for disability makes space safer. I've had conversations with Sarah Hendren, author of What Can a Body Do? And we talked about this idea of disability being a fundamentally human experience. This means that almost everyone will experience disability at some point in their life. Space is no exception. Another way of thinking of this is disability as permanent, temporary, and situational. A permanent disability would be something like blindness. A temporary equivalent would be like getting something in your eye obstructing your vision, and the situational equivalent being the lights going out. And third, designing for disability drives innovation. Rama Girabo, director of the Helen Hamlin Center for Design, puts it best when talking about disability innovation: never underestimate the power of dissatisfaction. We know this here on Earth with the invention of SMS, closed captioning, and the remote control. And there's an organization doing this foundational research to widen this definition even further. This is Astro Access from their first flight. They charter zero-G flights and select individuals with a variety of sensory, mobility, and cognitive disabilities to fly. They do this to better understand what life will be like in space. I partnered with Astro Access to design several prototypes and experiments through co-creation workshops, prototyping, and disability-led design in collaboration with Miki Benthaus, Jose Luis de Augusto Gil, Dr. Sherry Wells-Jensen, Victoria Modesta, and Sana Sharma. And I'm excited to share 3 of these projects with you today. This is wearable inkring. It was born out of conversations with Miki, a German engineering student who has a spinal cord injury resulting in paralysis below the waist. We were tasked with developing experiments for her to execute on the zero-G flight. We explored what life would look like for her in space and observed that in order to complete tasks like working on a payload, recording an interview, or even playing the flute. Your feet are required to stabilize or anchor yourself to prevent you from floating around the craft. We collaborated remotely through messages, Zoom calls, and sending videos of prototypes. And since Mihi has paralysis below the waist, we explored a variety of ways that she could attach herself to the surfaces in space. Here are some ideas involving magnets, Velcro, clips, leg straps, and a variety of harnesses. The design we arrived at was a simple belt with extendable attachments. Taking into account the physics of zero-G, we felt that it was important to have the attachment point near her center of mass. And on each hip is a telescopic arm with Velcro attachments at the ends, allowing her to attach to nearby surfaces. Several days before the flight, we were able to work together in person and alongside retired astronaut Katie Coleman to refine our in-flight plan. I stayed on ground and Mihi and Jose Luis, a pilot, test flight engineer with paraplegia, went up with the rest of the crew. First, I want to point out just how fun zero-G is. Mihi and Jose Luis took turns testing the wearable anchoring prototype. Part of this experiment was for them to perform a fine motor skill task with both hands to measure the efficacy of the design. But we also wanted to understand how easily they could perform the task without devices for additional context. And we caught this amazing moment where you can see just how crucial anchoring in zero-G is. Here you can see Jose Luis performing the task with the devices. And this is Jose Luis trying to perform the task without them. The experiment was a huge success. We learned so much about the value of anchoring and started to identify criteria for restraints and mobility aids for crew with paralysis, lower limb difference, and lower limb amputations. The next project I want to share with you is TouchPath. I worked with Dr. Sherry Wells Jensen, the NASA Library of Congress Chair in Astrobiology, Exploration, and Scientific Innovation. Sherry is blind and has been on 2 zero-G flights with Astro Access. From those flights, she has a good understanding of what she would need to live and work in space. The biggest opportunity from her experience is communicating directionality and orientation. Astronauts currently rely heavily on their sight to navigate and orient themselves and to others and their surroundings. Without gravity, our inner ears are incapable of determining up from down. Sherry connected me with the New York Public Library to host a workshop with members of the blind community, and Sherry started the workshop by describing her experience on these flights, and I followed up by describing Newton's third law. For every action in nature, there is an equal and opposite reaction, meaning that if you touch a tactile braille sign on a wall in space, you're actually pushing yourself away from that wall as you feel it. I created a variety of stimuli ahead of time to talk about directional textures, emergency information aboard the ISS, and other tactile variables. I passed these around and we discussed the qualitative attributes of directional patterns, the legibility of tactile icons, and what each of their preferences would be in space. Another section of the workshop was spent generating ideas for tactile communication. We used a slate and stylus, which is used to manually punch braille, and a sensational blackboard to draw and emboss shapes and patterns on paper. Throughout our conversations, it became apparent that the greatest opportunity for this work is on handrails. Handrails are already being used to stabilize and traverse in zero-G, so why not include additional information which could be used by all crew? By placing a subtle pattern on the face of the handrails, you can communicate directional information like an emergency exit route or orienting crew to the front of the craft. And by placing more detailed information on the back, crew could locate a fire extinguisher, medical equipment on an opposite wall, or know which module they're about to enter. The last project I'd like to share with you is called MESA. This stands for Modular Ergonomic Space Accessories. I wanted to explore the next steps based on the findings from wearable anchoring. This prototype worked, but it was essentially designed for Mihi and Jose Luis to adapt to the International Space Station. Which made me think, what if the environment adapted to the individual? I partnered with Mihi again, as well as Victoria, a performing artist, model, and amputee, and Sana, a co-founder and the co-founder and chief design officer of Aurelia Institute, an organization exploring humanity's futures in space. I explored these objects through the lens of furniture typologies, imagining what chairs, tables, and storage could be without the constraint of gravity. The idea of flexible arms stood out as a simple, adaptable, and ergonomic solution. I made these early prototypes from foam and gooseneck stands, and they were unexpectedly comfortable and strong enough to stabilize in a microgravity environment. As I continued prototyping, I explored ergonomic pads for comfort, different material combinations, and the attachments which would enable the arms to interface with existing environments, tools, equipment, and other crew. I designed 3 lengths of the arms, which were made of cast foam surrounding a flexible aluminum core. These are lightweight-based components of a suite of objects that work together through friction fit assemblies, comfort pads for long-duration use, and a variety of extensions and attachments. The system interfaces with specialized tracks that are already being used on the International Space Station, and the arms can hold a variety of objects via clips, straps, and magnetic pads. They also enable social interactions. And beyond the starting point of anchoring, this modular furniture allows you to be you in space. Due to the simple design, the suite is highly customizable and infinitely expandable through 3D printing and zero-G. And I'm excited to announce that later this summer, Mesa and TouchPath are slated to be tested in zero-G flights with Astro Access. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Corey. That was fabulous.
Thank you so much.
Tell us more about the relationship and nuances between universal design, inclusive design, and disability-led design.
I'm glad you asked that question. I really started this project, all of these projects, through, and my thesis, as you remember, through this lens of how do we make space more inclusive. So I examined universal design as an opportunity, inclusive design primarily, and I think a lot of the examples that get brought up about a universal design are actually more than that. They're actually the result of an inclusive design practice, and so universal design as the goal at the start is not easy because you're trying to take into account a lot of variables and trying to make the most inclusive design possible that works for everybody. And so actually through inclusive design practices where you're designing for a very specific disability or people group, then there are universal design implications that come along with that. And so while working with Astro Access, it became very apparent that what we were doing was not really inclusive design either, but disability-led design. And so through inclusive design, it's saying, we're going to have you at the table, you're going to be part of the conversation, then you're going to go away and we're going to do the thing. Whereas disability-led design is really at the core of what I was doing, especially with Miki and Sherry. And it was a partnership. It was something that we were having ideas working together, and I was taking their lead because I'm not the subject matter expert on their disability, but I am a subject matter expert on design. And especially in the context of space, there's this third component, the subject matter expert of designing for zero-G. And it's really bridging the gap between these 3 disciplines and 3 experiences that really this work started to form into. I think it was that. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it is. It's wonderful that your work actually enables others to live to their fullest potential. And I would say your work's really, in the sense, co-creation, fundamentally co-creation, collaboration. And so you've worked with organizations. How did you land these connections?
Yeah, I actually, last year, I competed in the Caltech Space Challenge, and I I ended up connecting with one of the founders of Astro Access. It's a fairly new organization, and they had just finished their first flight right before I met him. It was George Whiteside's, and he very quickly introduced me to the rest of the group and said, "Hey, Corey's going to be working with us now," which was very fortuitous and fortunate for my thesis work, and it was just really exciting to get a chance to work with all of them. And I'm actually now volunteer still, but director of flight operations with Sherry. So,
Wow.
I am part of the Astro Access family now, and it's amazing.
That's great. It's so great to see that they're kind of so open to collaborating with people, right? That it's not this we're going to do this behind closed doors.
Yeah, and I think that's actually at the heart of everything that we do at Astro Access. It's about collaboration, and we're doing amazing things that haven't been done before. And so you need all the help that you can get, and you want to make sure that it's as diverse as possible to make it the best possible product at the end.
Do you think we'll fit in their luggage?
Oh, I
want to
hope
go
so.
for a ride.
Yeah, me too. The last question for you, I would say, is what do you think is the most important thing for the general public to know about designing for disability? Maybe you already answered part of that question with question one, but
Listen, ask questions, partner. Don't make assumptions. Have a conversation and take their lead. It's not about designing for them. It's designing with them. It's alongside.
it's not rocket science.
That was good.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Cathy Tung.
Join me as we time travel back to when we were 6 years old. Are you there? Was school fun for you? Personally, I didn't enjoy class. I just wanted to play. This got me thinking, how can we redesign the learning experience for children to make it more fun, engaging, and active? My name is Cathy Tung. In 2019, I volunteered as an educator at the local zoo in my hometown, Taiwan. During the volunteer training session, I initially thought that my main focus would be learning about monkeys. But I actually learning about geography. As someone who had always struggled to remember the location of different countries, I was amazed how easily I could remember the animal's place of origin. Moreover, when I built a connection with the animal, with the emotional connection, actually, they told me the importance of empathy. Zoo is more than just a place to see animals. It's a place that expands the possibility of interdisciplinary learning. Learning about something we are interested in is such an engaging experience. This made me wonder, could we find a place like zoo where we don't have to learn in traditional classroom setting? I found my answer 2 years ago when I entered into the city, Art Museum. New York City is blessed with so many great resources. But how can we better utilize this space for educational purpose? Every child is an artist. I believe teaching subjects and skills with art can be really effective, as it comes naturally to children. Learning in museum? You may think it's only about story of artists. But in reality, you can learn not only about art, but also about history and cultural movements. Additionally, you can even more about math from Da Vinci's Mona Lisa by studying the golden ratio. Here's another example of how museum can provide a platform to learn about a wide range of topics. Through this creation, you can learn about social justice. Museum is more than just a space to see masterpieces. This is the beauty of museum. They offer a wealth of learning opportunities that expand far beyond collection of artwork. Could we view art museums as playgrounds for children where they can engage in participatory way while learning across disciplines? So, to gain deeper insight into the potential of art museum as educational space, I observed 8 different children's activity and facilitated a co-creation workshop in Brooklyn Museum, the MAT, the MoMA, the Brooklyn Children's Museum, and the Rubin Museum of Art. During my observation, I had the opportunity to speak with Andrea, a teaching artist at the Brooklyn Museum. Andrea shared with me research demonstrate that integrating art with other subjects can lead to improved academic achievement, social emotional learning, and mental health. I arrived at a conclusion that art integration pedagogy can prove to be a successful strategy. But using art as a channel for interdisciplinary learning, it can help to develop a diverse set of skills. To gain a holistic understanding of the education system and how to improve learning experience, I conducted 24 expert interviews. The subject matters have specialties ranging from public system to private organization and from art subjects to various disciplines. Wang Ying, a kindergarten teacher at Montessori School, emphasized that there are 2 main points. First, allowing children to play is fundamental to their learning. And second, parents take a crucial role in fostering this aspect of education. The qualitative studies helped me narrow down my focus to playful and family-oriented experience, where I believe parental engagement is an important factor in facilitating skills acquisition. You might think about STEAM, which is an approach that teaches science, technology, engineer, art, and math. Throughout my insight synthesizing, I realized that for building a well-rounded individual, learning STEM is not enough. To create a more engaging experience, I proposed extract art and placing it at the forefront for the fundamental learning source to teach STEM. Moreover, I see art as a valuable resource to teach other disciplines as well as soft skills. Introducing Play Art Game. Play Art Game is an immersive application experience for K-5 family to explore art museum through interest-based learning that goes beyond traditional art appreciation. The journey starts when entering into the museum. Parents can download the app and support their children to complete the onboarding session. Then, children choose their own journey, and each journey will have 3 different tasks with awards in the end. Let's take a look at how it works in the journey part. Children can customize their character. By selecting different interests, their journey will personalize their experience. Children can pick one role-play adventure, such as zookeeper, chef, and musician. Let's meet Sophia. She is a 5-year-old girl who is interested in animals. In this journey, she will play the role of zookeeper. She will get 3 different tasks. As a zookeeper, Sophia's tasks including first, capture an animal. Second, find food for it. Third, find a place for it to live. I will use MoMA's collection as an example to demonstrate how it works. Task 1, capture an animal. Sophia can use a map to navigate artwork. By using AR technology, scanning a painting unlocks experience and transform static artwork into a dynamic adventure.
Hi, Sophia. My name is the American Robin. I am lost in a place called The Dream from 1910. Here are some fruits that I like.
By integrating conversation elements, Sophia can become more involved in the game. After she captured the animal, the backend system uses this data to generate second and third tasks that align with animals' needs. The journey not only allowed Sophia to immerse herself in the museum, but also teach her about concept of the ecosystem. Next, how about Nolan's experience? He is interested in music. I extract different elements from Kandinsky's painting. Each element offers different instruments option. By the end of this activity, Nolan would have created his own song. The process cultivates children's sense of music and how visual art is associated with music. Lastly, let's take a look at Elsie's experience, who is 8 years old. She is interested in art, but struggling with mathematics. To help Elsie better understand the concept of angle, she needs to correctly use the protractor to measure them. This journey features a curated section of artwork that incorporate math concepts. I had an opportunity to test a prototype at the Met with the help of teaching artist Gabriel and studio assistant Mac. They told me that they enjoyed the game, which told them more than just about art collection. They also suggest that it would be great to have a complementary product that could engage kids beyond just phone screen. Based on the original play journey, I create a physical product that helps children observe art in a unique way. Introducing Play Art Viewer. Play Art Viewer is an active tool designed for children to explore artwork from different perspectives, helping to increase their observation skills and curiosity. The Play Art Viewer is a tool that allows children to explore different translucent color filters and shapes, but turn the wheel in the middle. Take a closer look at the structure. One notable feature of the wheel is the modular design, which allows children to easily experiment with different combinations. Children can choose either shape wheel or the color wheel individually. They can also overlay the layer to create a new color. In addition, children can merge two color wheels to create a new hues, providing a hands-on for them to learn about color theory. Now, let's experience it together to see how it looks like through kids' eyes. In partnership with Gallery Studio program at the Brooklyn Museum, I tested the Play Art Viewer with 15 children. A boy I tested with shared how much fun it was and how it made everything look different. He told me that he wished he could take it home. His eager response was really inspired to me. And it's got me thinking, how can I create experiences that go beyond the museum walls? The last project, Play Art Toolkit. It's a card-based toolkit designed for K-5 family, which enable parents to teach their children at home. The Play Art Toolkit features 7 different steps in the framework that parents can use to teach their children, based on the pedagogy I observed in museum classes. Imagine, you are a parent of a 6-year-old kid. They are currently learning about gases, liquid, and solid in their first grade class. How can Play Art Toolkit support parents in supplementing this scientific concepts? For preparation, I designed different environment setup based on the desired atmosphere, ranging from formal to playful. I suggest different rules that parents want to establish to manage their children's expectations before they start the activities. I gather a variety of masterpieces from MoMA to use as teaching resource across different subjects. For example, this artwork illustrates gases, liquid, and solid. The learning concept is designed based on elementary school learning standard established by NYC Department of Education, which define the learning goals for each grade. To enhance their retention, I provide different prompts under the Think step. They encourage children to associate their personal story with information that they just learned. The 5th step of cards guide children to create their own unique projects by combining different art forms and recycled material readily available at home. In the final step, Share, I provide prompts to initiate dialogue and motivate children to express their feelings and thoughts. This helps validate their ideas and build confidence in learning. Additionally, I design note cards for each step to track their progress. I vision partnership with museum store to to promote the toolkit, targeting families who have enjoyed the interdisciplinary learning experience in museum. For families who may not have access to museum, I also offer free online resource of the toolkit as supplementary material to support parents at home. I collaborate with learning specialist Sam Cayley to iterate the toolkit framework. Sam emphasized the importance of this toolkit in addressing challenge parents face when teaching at home. This was further highlighted in the post-pandemic era. Play our game, play our viewer, play our toolkit. These three products are the first program I designed for learning from the MoMA's resource. Let's see how it works in the real life. Art is a powerful resource that reflects world around us. Integrating art into interdisciplinary learning is critical. The possibilities are endless. Let's work together to redesign the learning experience and cultivate a well-rounded generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cathy.
Thank
That was
you.
wonderful.
Thank you, fabulous.
Thank you so much.
So what was your biggest surprise and discovery during your process?
The surprise. As I mentioned that I facilitated a workshop in the museum with the kids activity, and originally I thought that I'm gonna to teach you kids something. And as alternative, actually I was learn from them. And I was surprised that, for example, they teach me that how to enjoy the current moment so easily. This type of philosophical concepts. And I realized that education should be really collaborative, conversational in the both sides. And I encourage that to rename the parents, the teacher, this type of educator into facilitator for creating a more flat space and a room to can that really inspire each other. And that's my key takeaway from the research.
That's wonderful. I can totally relate to that as a teacher in this program. I learned so much from all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I believe that do value education. And thanks to my parents that who really value education so that I can like stand on the stage today.
Yeah, it's a beautiful project. Cathy, congratulations. American poet Elizabeth Alexander talks about art as a place in which we encounter each other. And you really created that space here. I couldn't imagine myself at 6 when you started the presentation, but actually now I think with these products, it's going to take me back. Thank you.
Thank you. Interdisciplinary learning.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Kaylan Tran.
Hello? Hi everyone, my name is Kaylan Tran, and I've spent the last year dissecting this question. Who can afford to be a designer? And based on my research and conversations with 50+ industry experts and designers from different educational backgrounds, the answer that I got is, not if you're low income. Not if you're Black, Indigenous, or Latinx. Not if you're already in debt from another degree. The list goes on. The gatekeeper here being higher education. This so-called traditional path is not attainable to many people anymore. Since the 80s, college costs have increased exponentially, with earning right after graduation has pretty much remained the same, with some of the most expensive being art schools. This lack of return on investment has led to many people turning to alternatives, like boot camp, online courses, and everything in between. This is especially true for communications design, with it not being a regulated industry like medicine or law. Among them, one of the most popular options is self-directed learning, also commonly referred to as self-taught. Understandably, because it is one of the most accommodating, it is remote, flexible, affordable, and most importantly, anyone can participate. This mode of learning has allowed for many disadvantaged individuals to pursue design. Like Chris, who through self-directed learning was finally able to make his decade-long dream of becoming a designer come true, despite growing up low income, in an unstable home, and was stuck working hazardous jobs for a living for many years. According to Dr. Camila Jones, a senior lecturer and program coordinator who has been doing research on design education for the past 20 years, even attitude from academia is changing. However, in the eyes of employers, it doesn't count. Often unbeknown to learners that chose these alternative paths, they are being set up to fail because we are still operating in a labor system that prioritizes degrees. This in turn continues to perpetuate the oppressive divides of the haves and have-nots. Forrest Young, Wolf Owen's global CCO, sums it up perfectly. There's an urgent need for guardrails to ensure that future design isn't framed by a privileged perspective. Higher education should not be the only path to success. This thesis is not an attempt to disprove formal education. In fact, my goal is to identify its actual values and implied values, and figure out how to replicate them outside of the current built environment in an accessible manner. The 4 problems I'll be focusing on are the lack of learning roadmap, community support, representation, and perceived legitimacy. They correlate to 4 solutions designed for different phases of the journey, from getting started to acquiring the first job. Starting with learning. The saying, "you don't know what you don't know," captures the pain point of these learners quite accurately, since you can't really teach yourself something that you didn't know you needed to learn in the first place, which is why I'll be refraining from using the label self-taught going forward. Traditionally, in a university setting, you're provided a structured curriculum curated by faculties with years of professional experience. However, as you can see here in the juxtaposition on the right, in the silo environment, self-learners have to navigate this journey entirely on their own. In hope to address this gap, I created Cradle, a subscription-based holistic design learning experience based on research-backed methodologies. Cradle has 3 core features. First, our multimedia database. Research on multimodal learning suggests that when a number of our senses are engaged during learning, we understand and remember more. Taking advantage of the vast pool of existing free resources out there on the internet, Cradle serves as the middleman in filtering and sorting design-related content from these platforms and directing them to our own, which results in a comprehensive and diverse library of resources that does not only cover hard skill, but also context-driven material and soft skills. Second, our data-driven recommendations. We help learners align their learning goals to their career goals from the start. By leveraging machine learning AI with natural language processing to analyze and synthesize millions of creative job descriptions, the app will then translate this deep industry knowledge into a customized curriculum so that you know exactly what you need to learn at your proficiency level and how that correlates to the job market. So for a beginner, the curriculum would match the intern's level requirement, intermediate for junior, and advanced for midweight. And lastly, based on feedback from users that the platform needs a practice feature to round out the learning, I designed a personalized brief generator. Unlike existing platforms that can only randomize results, our in-app features generate project prompts based on your studied and unstudied content, allowing you to apply your learning into potential portfolio pieces. But now that you have the work ready, how do you get feedback on them? It is often said that design doesn't happen in a vacuum. However, having a feedback loop is only possible when you have a design community to turn to, and reaching out to perfect strangers can be daunting. This is where the next project comes in. Based upon the critique model found in art school, but removing the presence of the authority figure, Work in Progress, or WIP for short, is a gathering for designers to provide and receive feedback on their ongoing projects from peers in a more casual and low-pressure environment. In addition to discussing work, it is also a great opportunity for building connections. Let's see it in action. The event framework was designed to be low-tech, low-budget, and easy to put together. In addition to hosting, we also provide a free toolkit that includes the feedback cards and training guides for individuals interested in self-organizing similar events. This allows for the formation of local communities that can provide ongoing support for designers beyond the founding chapter. However, building community is just the first step. To quote the great MLK Jr., there's power in numbers and there's power in unity. As part of my research, I ran a workshop last year where a group of designers who have gone through both formal and informal training come together to reflect on their experiences. And what really struck me was the number of same reactions they left on each other's stories. The event itself was transformative because for most of these participants, it was their first time being in the same room talking to people who truly understand their hardship. This experience really solidifies the importance of representation. Because it's much easier to have confidence in yourself and your prospects when you have seen others who have taken the same path as you succeed, a luxury self-directed designers don't have. One of the participants said, "Sometimes it feels like I'm paying to go to design school to get the right to call myself a designer," stating the sad reality that these designers are often made to feel inadequate in their identity, often by organizations that want to profit off of their imposter syndrome. Driven by the need to change his narrative, I created this project. Throughline, a Hall of Fame directory that celebrates designers throughout history who have succeeded despite of their lack of formal schooling, with the goals of increasing the visibility of this community and proving to aspiring designers as well as skeptics that success is possible on the self-learning path. And proof of success is crucial to this last step. Because as of right now, many employers still consciously and subconsciously place more emphasis on seeing a degree than the quality of the portfolio, which is a flawed process because a designer's portfolio is their primary means of demonstrating their ability, particularly for those in early stages of their career. So the challenge here is to create a clear business case for the transition from credential focus to a skills-based approach. In order to gain a deeper understanding of the problem, I created a map that analyzed the power dynamic, level of influence, and attitudes towards credentials held by each stakeholder, and uncovers some pretty interesting insights. First being that, as the connector between job seekers and employers of all sizes, job posting platforms hold a vital role in the process, and they have the power to incite change at scale. Secondly, the real opportunity here lies in small businesses who have less brand recognition, which results in them relying more on digital platforms. However, at the same time, they account for 66.4% of all hires in the US. These organizations tend to be more agile in their decision-making and are more open to change. And with the growing need for creative assets, small businesses have the potential to open up more full-time roles for non-traditional designers. Based on these insights, I envisioned Skill First, an initiative aimed at assisting small businesses in adopting bias-conscious hiring practices for creatives, launched in partnership with Indeed, one of the largest recruitment platforms in the country. Their reach and resources can be leveraged to help launch a pilot program. In turn, Skill First can serve as the bridge between non-credential candidates and small businesses, two user bases on Indeed that have traditionally struggled in the job market. There are two parts of the program, training and a screening tool. Training is a crucial component because with the exceptions of Design Studio, it could be these companies' first time hiring a designer. And since small businesses are recommended to have an in-house HR personnel but not legally required to do so, it is even more important to provide guidance for owner and hiring manager with best practices specific to this process of creative hiring to ensure their success and compliance. This may include writing inclusive, bias-conscious listing, determining what are must-haves and what are nice-to-have requirements, to name a few. And armed with this knowledge, the employers have the options to adopt creative blind screening to their hiring process. By activating it, they'll be advertised as skill-first ambassadors on the platform, giving non-traditional candidates more incentive to apply. So how this tool works is, instead of following this traditional process, we flip the order to show the proof of skill first, blinding both in the review process. By blinding, I mean information related to bias will be automatically removed, except for skill and work experience. Employers will be able to review the candidate's portfolio, navigate the site like normal, and rate the body of work straight from the platform. And once the portfolio's rating is submitted, they can do the same for the resume. The entire process will remain anonymous up until the first point of human contact. Only after the first interview will the employer be able to access the full application. This method will not only benefit the job seekers, but also help employers attract a previously untapped talent pool, see measurable results, and identify blind spots in their current assessment style with the data. And when small businesses lead the way and achieve success, larger organizations are likely to take note and follow suit. I hope that these 4 interventions have offered you a glimpse into this deep-rooted systemic problem and serve as catalysts for more conversations. But there are also actionable steps that we can take today to help our community become a more inclusive and welcoming space. You can volunteer your time and expertise as a mentor on ADP list. You can sponsor a student at Useful School, a pay-what-you-can design program for people of color. And if you're interested in teaching, consider one of the CUNY School. They have some of the best scholarship programs for low-income students in the country. And lastly, if you have hiring power, be the advocate for change at your organization by creating apprenticeship programs and critically assessing whether or not the role you're hiring for need a degree requirement, like these organizations have. Let's get to work because there's a lot left to do. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. I guess the first question would be, can you imagine a future without design school?
That's an interesting question because I think we're living in a time that is unprecedented in the sense that the labor market has so much influence and power over the education system. And traditionally, education was education, and they were able to kind of charge like a premium rate because of its necessity. I mean, at this moment in time, someone's salary who has a bachelor degree is so drastically more than someone just from an associate degree alone. Mm-hmm. Not to mention, if you just graduated from high school, your salary is actually going to be trending down significantly in the future. But because of this need of a higher ed degree, and that employers are requiring it, if the employers no longer require it, that is significantly going to change everything. Mm-hmm. And we already start seeing that happen with all the boot camps and apprenticeship programs being rolled out, even from an organization that's big as Google with their Coursera courses. Mm. So I do see more apprenticeship program pioneered by larger organizations being rolled out soon on an enterprise scale. And on the other side of the spectrum, there are also more boutique, more personable, kind of more social impact-driven boot camps like Useful School, who was founded by a self-directed learner himself. So he really knows the community, he knows the needs. Mm-hmm. So higher education is at an interesting point in time that it's like kind of stuck in the middle. So you either have to adapt and change, revisit your price point, or maybe considered revamping your whole entire system to reflect the change in the market?
Yeah, thank you. You've really thrown down the gauntlet here. And I think one of the most hopeful aspects of the work that you're doing, which I have to admit has got me totally fired up, is that you're prompting us to really rethink the design industry as a community. I think keyword here is community. Could you tell us a little bit more about the range of qualitative research that you did here?
Yeah, so on top of just looking at research papers and articles, I also did a lot of social listening, looking at different community platforms like TikTok, Reddit, and Facebook, where a lot of these self-directed learners turn to for community. But the limitation of these places is that everyone's anonymous. You don't really be able to interact with people on like a human face-to-face scale. So I think that community aspects is something that I really want to bring into all of my work, and I hope that shows.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for being an activist. We live in a time where we need all that we can get.
When it comes to like what kind of friendships, or really what I like to think about more is the relationships that I've created through POD, which I think are multifold. I've been able to like cross paths with a whole bunch of POD satellite people that meant a lot to me during my two years at the school.
I don't feel like I actually found my people until grad school. Felt like you were walking from one home into another home and you could just be yourself.
Lifelong. Richard moved back home to New Zealand. I'm in Brooklyn. We still, chat even like 10 years later.
Distant and lasting. 2019, so 3 years after school, I went to Panissa's wedding, and it felt like we had just like, it reconnected so easily.
Lifelong. We're bonded through difficulty.
Intimate and long lasting. But like coming to POD just felt like, oh, okay, I know where I am. I know who I am here. I know everybody that I love here. Yeah, it was such a place of comfort.
Place of comfort, but also discomfort.
Yeah, I mean, the friendships of POD are like life friendships. I feel like every time I see anyone from POD, like we go to lunch, maybe they're visiting New York, 2-3 years have passed, and like it's like no time has passed.
I met a lot of future mentors. I felt like I met a lot of amazing people from different walks of life and different experiences and great stories to tell, and those stories would literally translate into the way they work and the energy they bring at work. So that was something that was really special for me, to find those future mentors.
We have connections in every country almost, and it's really, really impressive and lifelong.
And that I really, really, really appreciate that. Like South Africa is a really far away place to come all the way to New York and to, be embraced. Like this is a space where you can grow and be and contribute. I think I'm so ever so grateful for that opportunity and will be.
Now, everyone, please welcome to the stage Nihaarika Arora.
Today, US grocery stores offer an incredible 44,000 options. Yet, 75% of our food comes from only 12 plants and 5 animals. There are over 30,000 edible plants, and we consume only 150 of them, mainly monoculture crops that turn into ultra-processed foods, making up 60% of the American diet. This is leading to a loss of biodiversity, evident in the depths of our soil, leading to foods that are less nutritious, which in turn is leading to a lack of diversity inside of our bodies. The correlation between declining biodiversity on our lands and in our bodies baffled me and became my area of focus. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nihaarika Arora, and I am here to present to you my thesis, One Biome. A biome is a complex community of microorganisms. A square meter of soil contains billions of bacteria, fungi, and protozoa, while our human gut microbiome contains approximately 100 trillion microbial cells. To further understand this relationship, I began researching the environmental and health impacts of our broken food system. I learned that the development of our immune system is inherent to a balanced gut microbiota. In fact, David Heber, nutrition specialist at the UCLA Center, states that 70% of the immune system is located in the gut, and nutrition is a key modulator of immune function. The gut microbiota colonizes via vertical transmission during pregnancy and birth, as well as horizontally through environmental microbes. To understand this further, I consulted with experts from plant microbiologists and pediatric nutritionists to AgTech and food innovation entrepreneurs. Gut health specialist Mia Taylor summed up how diverse plates link to a diverse gut microbiome. I organized a co-creation workshop to explore families' perspectives on current versus future diets. Participants tasted a range of superfoods from insects to seaweed and evaluated their flavors and textures. By envisioning Thanksgiving in 2050, they recreated traditional dishes using these superfoods. The goal was to identify how families would include new foods into existing traditions. I learned that conformity prompts people to try new foods. Relating unfamiliar foods to familiar flavors and textures helps integrate into existing traditions, and education on the importance of biodiverse foods is crucial. To understand nutrition in schools, I volunteered with City Harvest. We prepared recipes with children, and I discovered that understanding a child's food preferences is key to cultivating a healthy relationship with food. Therefore, my goal is not only what foods to introduce to children, but also how to introduce urban families to ecologies. I designed a suite of solutions focused on families with children across growing ages. Let's start with toddlerhood. Starting from pregnancy, the first 1,000 days are vital for a child's gut microbiota to establish, stabilize, and diversify. Transmission of microbes to an infant depends on maternal diet, breast milk, and introduction to pre- and probiotic foods. This is extremely important because across the United States, 9 out of 10 infants experience gut microbiome deficiency that can lead to chronic conditions critical to a child's health and development. According to biomedical scientist Anuradha Vajula, maturation of the gut microbiome within the first 1,000 days highlights the potential for dietary interventions. Therefore, I see opportunity in empowering families with toddlers by using food as a preventative measure integral to good gut health. I designed a platform called Diapoo, a subscription service that tests, tracks, and provides actionable insights on your toddler's gut health. First, parents collect and send their child's stool samples to our labs. Results indicate a breakdown of your child's microbiome, and the platform provides personalized tips for improving diversity. I spoke to new moms and found that they are sleep deprived, information overloaded, and truly overwhelmed. Therefore, my goal is to empower parents with actionable measures. We do this by providing prebiotic and probiotic recipes both for mothers and toddlers depending on cultural and dietary preferences. For example, recipes introduce amaranth, a gluten-free fiber more nutritious than wheat. Moreover, amaranth is a climate-resilient crop using fewer resources to cultivate. I can talk all about introducing new and sustainable foods to children. However, when your child gets older, introducing new foods to them becomes quite challenging. Food neophobia, an aversion to trying new foods, peaks in children aged 4 to 7 and is influenced by their environment. When parents tend to pressure, reward, or punish their children to eat certain foods, it can make them picky eaters. Author and mother Katie Kimball explains that eating uses all of our senses at the same time, so any sensory processing difficulties generally impact eating. In fact, research shows that 5 to 15% of elementary school children experience sensory processing challenges. By engaging children through sensory cues of new foods, I introduce them to the bodega of imagination, an interactive experience to discover biodiverse foods. Children were introduced to amaranth, seaweed, and cricket flour. The goal was to give them time to process their senses around food through the sound, smell, and texture of these ingredients. Stickers with options allowed children to describe their experience that fostered curiosity about the food. I introduced them to an amaranth crunch, seaweed pesto noodles, and a cricket flour cake. Initially hesitant to try the cricket cake, children became more willing to taste it after one of them compared it to a walnut cake. At each tasting stage, we evaluated the protein options. Data indicates that seaweed and insects are more nutritious than beef. For example, consuming crickets provides additional vitamins and minerals from their exoskeletons. Moreover, farming crickets also uses fewer resources compared to beef. My goal was to show value in new food alternatives, both for our lands and our bodies. Children used art supplies to create imaginative recipes from the newly discovered ingredients. They presented dishes from cricket flour pancakes and amaranth pizza to sushi pesto rolls. The workshop confirmed that a child's sensory cues, connecting new foods with familiar flavors, and learning about the impacts of their food choices all sparked curiosity to try new foods. To take these learnings into a family's kitchen, I designed Feisty Folk, a digital platform designed to encourage exposure to biodiverse foods through collaborative food preparation. According to Jerry Bubrick, clinical psychologist at the Child Mind Institute, repeated exposure to food is necessary to encourage children to try new foods. Therefore, I saw an opportunity in removing the pressure and rather providing children with autonomy by putting them in charge of their food. As working parents have busy schedules, the platform uses AI to generate quick and convenient recipe recommendations based on your family's budget, child's preferences, and food aversions. The app personalizes results and introduces parents to a 3-step process. First, regulate meal times. Next, build autonomy through an appropriate choice boundary. Lastly, involve children in food preparation to increase familiarity to new foods. Recipes include age-appropriate tasks. The steps prompt parents to educate children on nutrition through interaction with food. For example, while your child is adding the spirulina to the food processor, tell them that green foods like seaweed is rich in iron and provide energy. Children can also learn about the food production processes that prioritize microbiome-friendly ingredients for both our environment and health. Families can conveniently order these ingredients for home delivery. By encouraging repeated exposure to biodiverse foods, we can create a generation of children open to exploring new recipes with their families. Now that we have looked at design interventions for toddlerhood and early childhood, let's move on to middle childhood. Children aged 8+ are old enough to engage more scientifically versus experientially with their microbiome. Therefore, I designed Micromonsters, an interactive board game to encourage STEM learning. The action cards provide prompts relating to environmental choices as well as food choices that either lead to increased or decreased diversity in our gut microbiome. Players draw a card that includes either adding a microhero, removing a micro-opportunist, or destroying a micromonster. To win, players must add all the microheroes and remove the required micro-opportunists and monsters from the digestive system. Let's watch a short video explaining the gameplay.
Seaweed is my favorite snack. I recently adopted a puppy. I have a stomachache.
It sounds like you have the
Micro Monsters!
an interactive game that helps you make gut-friendly decisions in everyday life.
I can add the Bifidobacterium. Tricky coli. I can remove the salmon. Salmonella. You got the micro monster. I won.
Micro Monsters unleash the power of the microbiome.
By designing a suite of solutions aimed at different ages of development, I hope to encourage children to become ambassadors of change by making informed food choices. A special thanks to my mom sitting here in the audience, my friends, and the POD faculty for supporting me throughout this process.
So nice to see the work evolve from the fall to now.
I'm hungry now.
I know, I'm hungry.
Well, I wish I got some cricket pancakes that I ate earlier this morning.
Well, that was actually one of the questions we wanted to ask. How have your own eating habits evolved since you started this thesis?
Yeah, for sure. So I came to the US about 7 years ago, and a lot of my eating habits changed. My gut changed because I was eating a lot more animal protein than I ever did before. So it was very important for me to research, different kinds of fibers and different kinds of foods that I can introduce into my own current practice here. Back home we eat a lot of wheat, we eat rotis, but that's a pretty tedious process. So I needed to find alternatives to fibers, alternatives to different proteins. And so that's how I kind of incorporated these new foods into my diet.
Yeah, it's such a wonderful project, and it's fascinating how cultural translation's actually at the heart of it. And we have to translate ourselves into the future of food, and I think you've taken us there. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Arshlavi Auleear.
We all have our biases. They are the set of assumptions that we make about people's religion, race, gender, and other traits. However, one in particular really took a toll on my professional career, gender bias. My name is Arshlavi Auleear, and I'm presenting my thesis to help empower women in creative industries. I started my career 6 years ago as an architect, and I really can't tell you the number of times people assumed I was the assistant at the job, and they would call me all sorts of names. That kind of bias gets in the way of good decision making, our performance, how we collaborate at work, and it can take a huge toll on our confidence. It creates an invisible tax of resentment and frustration. But the more frustrated we are, the more silent we're likely to be. So as part of my research, I conducted over 30 interviews with subject matter experts, as well as women designers in the industry. I also facilitated a co-creation workshop with 15 different women, ranging from juniors all the way to creative directors. And what I found out is that more than 57% of design school graduates are women, and yet only 3% of them are creative directors. Because gender discrimination pushes talented women leaders out of the door. Women leaders want more recognition, but face lack of visibility. They want equal pay, but face greater gender pay gaps, which is why women leaders eventually quit. This ultimately led me to this question: how can we retain our women leaders in the industry, and what are we doing wrong that they are leaving? To better understand this issue, I created an infographic that shows the number of women at each level. This illustrates how the number decreases as women progress in their careers. To address this issue, I created a series of design intervention at every step, starting with junior women designers. The broken rung remains broken. Young women struggle to have their work recognized. Out of 100 men, only 72 women get promoted. And out of these 72, only 56% of them had to ask whether they were qualified or not. This disparity limits younger women's experience and their skill development. But this is a time when young women are ambitious and they have so much to learn, but without proper guidance, their growth is usually slowed down. When I talked to Maria Judith, she mentioned how great leadership starts with great mentors. With that in mind, I created the first design intervention called Empower. It's a mentorship app designed to empower and support early career women designers in their growth. The app allows mentors and mentees to choose one another based on specific skills. With a simple swipe left or right, they can quickly find potential matches. And once they match, they can start collaborating on portfolio and resume reviews. In addition, the app provides a community feature to post urgent needs, from practicing for interviews, seeking feedback on resumes, design challenges, or asking any general questions. But from my learning of the mentorship app, I decided to test this idea one step further through an experience design called Confident Queen. Let's watch the video together. This experience helped me understand that bringing women together can create a supportive community where they can share their experience and feel empowered. However, while this is one step in the right direction, there's much more we can do. For women approaching the senior level, they face an entirely different form of gender bias. During this time, some may choose to start a family. But they are often met with the motherhood penalty, where 1 in 5 women say they experienced pregnancy discrimination in the workplace, and 36% of first-time mothers had to quit their jobs. This disparity often leads to burnout and feelings of isolation. Speaking about maternity leave, Leslie Russell tells me this experience comes with great uncertainty and stress. With the aim of creating a less stressful experience, I developed BBiz, short for baby business. BBiz is a service designed to provide support for new mothers, as well as support for businesses and organizations. Because mothers should not have to be forced to choose between their health and a paycheck. Currently, new mothers have to rely on outside resources to help them through this new transition, and they do this alone. Businesses, on the other hand, have to find new hires, distribute the workload, and this puts a lot of pressure on their existing employees. This is where BBiz comes in. We take the responsibility from both the mother and the employer to provide resources so they don't have to go through this process alone. Let's take a look at how BBiz looks for mothers. BBiz evaluates the mother's goals and provide a personalized plan for them. We connect them with a network of coaches to help them through this transition. Let's meet Anna, a first-time mom who has been feeling stressed to return to work after her leave. As you can see on this picture, they both seem quite overwhelmed and distressed. Luckily, she can log into her BBiz account and find an option that works with her schedule. She chose to speak one-on-one with a career coach to help her guide her return to work. The coach helps Anna navigate this change in her life so she knows she's not alone. But while Anna is getting trained, BBiz works with the employer to find a flexible schedule that will work for both Anna and the employer. When Anna's ready, she can return to work and feel 100% supported. Let's take a look at BBiz for businesses. BBiz helps businesses accelerate the groundwork for supporting parental leave and become a pioneer for others. They also automatically enroll in our reward system. And lastly, it costs a lot of money for companies to hire new people and train them, but with our solution, we are guaranteeing that they retain their already existing employees. While we are getting a step closer, let's move on to women in leadership positions. These women have established a name for themselves, but they struggle with lack of workplace transparency. There are actually more male leaders named John than the combined number of women in leadership positions. This is due to lack of workplace transparency, where 82% of women leaders earn less than men in similar positions as them. And because of that, it will take over 268 years to close the gender pay gap. This is how much less money women made compared to men in 2022. But to reach equal pay, we need transparency, accountability, and action. Hidden biases hurt everyone, and pay inequality is often ignored by many organizations. The problem is that people in leadership don't like to talk about money. This creates a huge culture of silence, but silence only amplifies the problem. During my conversation with Cecilia, she emphasized how we can't solve pay inequity if we don't even acknowledge it exists. Keeping this in mind, I conducted extensive research on the web for information and data. However, the sheer volume of conflicting numbers left me feeling extremely overwhelmed. With that in mind, I designed Ecologies, an all-in-one interactive dashboard that provides real-time data about the current state of the industry. We gather this data from industry surveys and data analysis tool. From there, women and other allies can share this data so it can reach different organizations from small to large corporations. The dashboard helps to highlight the number of women leaving the workforce and why they are leaving. The goal is to make data more accessible, to increase awareness on this issue, but at the same time, it's to help you share this data through various communication channels, such as social media, or even send it to your company Slack channels. Because if we can't see the problem, we can't solve it. However, while this dashboard does get the word across different industries and helps create a movement, I realize that it puts a lot of load on women and allies to carry out this work. But what if we flip the narrative so that organizations and businesses can be transparent and share this internal data with their employees? I created Ecologies, the app, to provide companies with their own personalized platform to promote transparency with their employees. The app gives employees real-time changes, from updates in leadership to promotions within the company. It also includes a detailed diversity report that provides insights into the gender, racial composition of different roles within your company. And lastly, it also enables you to compare your salary with the industry standard so that you know whether your compensation is competitive or falls below average. Transparency increases job satisfaction and longer retention rates for employees. This contributes to a thriving business and can also help businesses set an example for others. Which is why it is important to be a voice for women and question your organizations about their policies. We all need allies, so join me today and let's get started to flatten that curve. Thank you.
Wow. I feel like I learned something, and I'm a woman in the design industry. So yeah, I think that last platform of distributing data could be really effective. What do you think would change in the design world if women were in charge?
So many things. I think we need to, we really need to invite more women at the meeting rooms because, for example, your phone is not designed for you. Seat belts are not designed for you. Helmets are not designed for you. So I think having more women at the table will help bring that new perspective because we're so different. And I don't think you can be a good designer if you're ignoring a whole spectrum of genders out there.
It kind of relates a little bit to Corey's. You know, he was talking about disability-led design. What about women-led design? Really, really great.
You talked to many participants, obviously. Was there a story that particularly stands out for you that affected your perspective on this issue?
Yeah, I talked to many mothers actually in the industry, and it really changed my whole perspective because a lot of them told me that when they went back to work after maternity leave, they lost 5 years in their careers just because they had to downsize, they changed teams, they lost clients. And so that really made me think I should do something like a project about this, which is why I created Baby Business, because initially that was not part of the plan. But after I talked to them, and the struggle seemed really, really real, so that's what I did.
And I guess as a woman entering the design field, how do you feel like this work is maybe influencing you coming out into the world and looking for a job and entering, you know, the workforce?
I think women alone will not be able to make a change. I think we definitely need allies in the workplace. So I know me for myself, I've had amazing mentors since starting my career, and that has really helped me be a good designer. And I think every woman needs good allies, good mentors. So that's something that I'm going to take with me as I'm graduating.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks so much.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Cheryl Zhang.
Thank you all for coming. I'm Cheryl Zhang, and I'm excited to present to you Temporal Illusions, Distorting Our Perception of Time. Before going to my thesis, I would like to ask, have you ever wondered where did the time go? How often do you unconsciously experience time slipping through your fingers when you're having fun, such as going through TikTok or having a romantic dinner with your loved ones? That moment of realizing 2 hours has gone by in 10 minutes. These feelings led us to realize that time is infinite, but we are not infinite in it. So many factors influence how we perceive time. cognitive, psychological, cultural, and age. Age is one of the main factors that affect how we perceive time. And let's look into how our perception of time changes as we age. In childhood, we feel like time passes slowly because our cognitive skills are still developing. Many experiences we go through are novel, and our brain works harder to process new experiences into memory. Therefore, we pay less attention to the passage of time. On the other hand, as we age, we not only experience a more familiar routine, but our cognitive processing speed starts to decline. This results in having less frame rate to process information within a second. This means our perception of time will continue to get shortened as we age, and it already makes us anxious. But what is even worse is that in today's world, Gen Z's perception of time passes faster than the previous generations due to the influence of technology. 54% of Gen Z mindless scroll for more than 4 hours a day. Gen Z spend double the amount of screen time compared to all US adults. When we mindlessly scroll, this pleasurable, seamless content on social media triggers our dopamine, causing us to underestimate the passage of time. So how can we stretch our subjective time? To better understand what and why our perception of time is distorted, I've conducted interviews with subject matter experts, as well as with users, and have also facilitated co-creation workshops. This inspired me to explore this quote, "Solution in search of a problem that then needs a solution to solve the problem it creates." I present to you my solution of using technology to solve technology through a combination of playful and immersive designs. I introduce Slow Scroll, an app that helps Gen Z to gain control over their time. The app includes a screen time management feature that allows users to set up screen time limits, helping them to break their mindless scrolling habits. However, as I dive deeper, I realized the feature was not enough. It does not solve the real problem. Users could create dependence on the app rather than developing the skills to regulate screen time independently. So how can we solve the root of the problem and change the behaviors? One of my inspirations comes from observing nature. You may have noticed that when flies hover over your food, you try to wave them away, but they always seem to be much faster than you. I decided to learn from flies. Upon comparing human and fly vision, I found that humans are capable of perceiving motion at around 60 frames per second, where flies can detect at a much higher rate, up to 250. They view the world in slow motion, and that's why they react so much faster than us. This led to the possibility of creating the illusion of time passing slower by increasing our frame rate. I went back and enhanced the app, gamified the app icons into the villains that users need to defeat. They are ranked from the most powerful to the least powerful based on the screen time. Imagine you have set up a screen time for TikTok. A default TikTok avatar will appear on the screen. And now you can customize the avatar. There are a variety of options for colors, hairstyles, eyes, mouth, and even weapons to make users feel more invested in game's narrative. The app also includes a reward system where the mystery weapon will be unlocked as the user's subjective time increases by 5%. Now you have a TikTok hunter and the app who are the villains. You must catch as many coins as possible while avoiding getting hit by the villains. If the users are scrolling through TikTok and have reached their screen time limit, a notification will pop up inviting you to change your phone orientation. Users will receive a 30-second randomized game that trains their reaction speed, which helps to increase frame rate. Here, TikTok being the top enemy on the rank will come and attack you at a faster speed. When the game ends, the app will assign you a number of slow scrolls based on your performance. If you go back to TikTok, the 3 scrolls will be in slow motion, and the social media app will be locked after the 3 scrolls. Users can view their reaction time, screen time, and subjective time. The app gathers data from the user's reaction time and screen time to calculate whether their subjective time have been stretched or shrunk. Our time is not only slipping away when we mindlessly scroll for fun, it has also become more prevalent as we think and has been infused into our daily life habits. Are you a victim of someone who eats and scrolls on the phone simultaneously? Data shows that 50% of people mindlessly scroll during every meal. When people scroll and eat at the same time, we get a double hit of dopamine. This causes our subjective time to pass even faster. While the Slow Scroll app helps to distort our perception of time through a digital product, how can we stretch time during a meal? I really miss my childhood when we were constantly exposed to novel eating experiences and learning new motor skills. From that, I designed Slow Cafe, a collection of dinnerware that stretch our subjective time through novel eating experiences. It's commonly understood that dinnerware is intended to aid in efficient eating. However, I was devoted to exploring unconventional forms that encourage users to try inefficient eating. After many iterations of observing patterns in how humans interact with their food and dinnerware, I explored forms that require the use of both hands, eliminating the use of phones during meals. Slow Cafe includes a double-sided utensil with a wavy handle that invites users to be creative in ways of holding them. The utensil features a single curved tine pointing upwards, which adds a more challenging eating process by requiring us to move our mouth in accordance with the angle of the curve. Great, now we need a bowl to eat from. I designed a bowl with a small opening and adapted the shape of the spoon so that the users can easily get all the food out of the corners, ensuring that they don't miss any of the delicious bites. I figured we might enjoy some beverage while eating, so here's a cup with a negative accent at the bottom, where it rests on the bowl. Users must hold onto the bowl while they eat to prevent it from tipping over. For those who want to enjoy a smaller portion of a Michelin-like meal, here is a plate with no edges, allowing food to be beautifully presented. However, users should be mindful to prevent the food from sliding off the plate. An elegant spoon is included with the cup for users to add any desired flavors to their beverages. And here's a sneak peek at how someone who is addicted to mindless scrolling and eating interacts with this product for the first time. I have investigated slowing down our subjective time by improving our cognitive abilities. I want to challenge further the boundaries of novel eating experiences and how far we can push our bodies to engage in mindfulness. Let me introduce you an Apple Watch app that uses a motion sensor to track the user's eating speed. It provides haptic feedback and encourages users to slow down. The app is as simple as setting up a workout app. Before you start your meal, you will select from the 5 main food categories. Next, you can set a desired eating speed. After the 3 seconds countdown, relax and begin your meal. The app uses motion tracking sensors, accelerometer, and gyroscope to monitor your eating speed. When you exceed your target speed, the app will buzz and remind you to slow down. Now I want to see how they work in real life. I've offered participants 2 sets of different dinnerware with a vibrometer app attached to a wrist as a replacement for a slow mode to track their movement speed. Let's take a look at how Slow Cafe and Slow Mo work together. Thank you. As our break is coming up, feel free to snack in slow motion. I'll be observing you. Thank you.
That was so fun.
Thank you.
So aside from what we just saw, the reactions to slow eating, do you think that the food tasted different? Like, what are other reactions or maybe thoughts you got from your participants after that?
Actually, before I started the assignment, I kind of just treated it as an assignment where I thought we're gonna act a little bit in front of a camera and wrap up in 20 minutes. But as soon as we have the vibrometer app on the wrist, after around like 20 minutes, we all got used to slow motion speed. And surprisingly, the experience took around 2 hours. And after that, I've asked them how long you think it took. They said they thought it was just 1 hour. So I assume it went pretty well. It stretched their time.
So it's interesting that we live in New York City, which is a little bit addicted to speed, and you've designed a bunch of products to slow us down. What got you interested in the subject of time?
So many. I feel like most inspirations came from my daily life incidents. So for example, classmates POD, we all know we always go to a restaurant called, fast food place called Dos Toros, and we're always afraid to go because they would rush you and scream at you. And at first, my topic was mostly about fear of ordering food, but then I realized it's not fear of ordering food, it's fear of passage of time. Because when she's shouting at me, she thinks time is running out. I got nervous because I think time is running out. So I thought if there's ways to actually slow down our time, will we all be more happier? Yes.
But we gotta get back to work for that meeting. Could you please explain your motivation for using technology to solve a problem that was caused by technology?
I think often when I walk or browse through those gift shops, they sell those cases that lock your phone to help you manage your screen time. But I think that product is very useless and cruel because if it were me, if I put my phone in it, if I lock it for 1 hour, I probably spend 55 minutes trying to break that lock because even though the phone is physically in it, but mentally we still want to use it, we still want to scroll it. So I thought of focusing more on what are the factors or qualities that actually make us so addicted to it, and what are ways for us to unhook from that, those qualities that make us so addicted.
I really want some of your dinnerware because I'm a naturally messy eater and I feel like it'll give me an alibi. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Charvi Srimali.
Okay. कोस कोस पर पानी बदले, चार कोस पर बानी. My grandparents would often repeat this quote to me to remind me of the diversity of my country. This famous proverb loosely translates to, every few miles the water changes, every 4 miles the speech. To put that into perspective, 4 miles from here is Williamsburg. India is a vast country of over 1.4 billion. But due to its varied geographic, linguistic, economic, social, and so many other landscapes, each of these 1.4 billion individuals look, talk, work, and live very differently from one another. This turns India into a complex, diverse, and a complexly diverse country. But it also results in so many regional cultures, foods, customs, practices, languages, and so much more. I wish I could share this with you, but when I did a quick search, all I could find was curry, cows, and of course the Taj. This lack of representation not only presents an incomplete story, it also prevents further storytelling, which is a giant challenge in this day and age for designers in India. design that is local, specific, and targeted is the need of the hour. But designers in India find themselves severely ill-equipped with their current arsenal of design tools. These tools are not designed to respond to the needs and sensibilities of a billion-strong audience. You might ask, what exactly are these tools? They're the same as yours. We use the same type foundries, the same inspiration platforms, the same image banks, softwares, and even the same hardwares. The only thing is, I need to work a little harder to make them work for me. This is how India looks, a project aimed at localizing design tools for 1 billion people. In India, we have over 700 languages. Each of them, out of those 700, we only have 9 available on Google Fonts. Together, these languages have 56 font options available to them. Compare this to over 1,400 options available for Latin. And this isn't because Hindi doesn't have many it isn't because there aren't enough speakers. For example, my mother tongue, Hindi, has over 700 million speakers, making it the 3rd largest spoken language in the world. That's twice the population of US. But due to the lack of representation, even a language as complex as Hindi and as represented as Hindi finds itself missing from these platforms. But because it's been retrofitted into a QWERTY keyboard made up of alphabets, half the number of the alphabets, forcing the designer to forcing each key and the designer to perform multiple tasks, impeding both their speed and intelligence, making them deprioritize practicing in any other language but English. So I started wondering, instead of retrofitting it into the existing system, what if we broke away from it? Introducing Lipi, a Devanagari keyboard designed Today, visual design is one of the most fast-moving industries in India, growing at a rate of 25%. This surge has been a result of the greater need for digital services, especially since the pandemic, which forced both businesses, big and small, corporate and home run, to digitize to cater to the growing audience of over 900 million internet users. 1/3 of these users are also active users of platforms such as Instagram. But this has also led to an interesting phenomenon. As the user base moved beyond the urban nucleus, so has the content on these platforms. This has created an evidence for diversity which has often been undocumented, and simple acts that we never got to see, such as 2 friends playing with tamarind seeds, an auto rickshaw covered in snow, tiny bananas in Manipuri market, a lonely chabutra in the middle of Thar desert, and a puppet show at my brother's 5th birthday. This evidence is irresistible, especially when it's missing from the mainstream, but is also being continually erased. So I decided to participate in this documentation of the undocumented with an activity that takes up 90% of my parents' day, just having chai. So as my friends and I spent the whole evening having multiple rounds of chai, we also noticed how documenting this simple act on precious Polaroids also made us more aware of our practices and habits. And as I shared this documentation on Instagram, it further made me understand how Instagram is a great research tool. It is a visually forward medium, which is built for instant sharing and also gives agency to the storyteller. This makes for a much richer image bank as compared to traditional stock platforms such as Instagram, which have very limited and unidimensional stock from the subcontinent. This has led to designers choosing Instagram as a way for reaching out to the right piece of content. But the problem is that Instagram is a jugaad. It is a makeshift hack in the absence of a complete solution. It is not an easily searchable platform. It is ruled by an unpredictable and often unresponsive algorithm, which makes it very easy to drown in a sea of content. But most importantly, Instagram isn't designed to be a design tool. So let's change that. Introducing Vivid, a hyper-localized online marketplace of curated images of India, clicked by everyday Indians. The platform takes images. You can search on the platform, specify the location, and save and purchase images directly from Instagram content creators. This is especially important in a country like India, where one image can be interpreted in many different ways across the country. This can also greatly affect, your search term can also greatly affect the results that you see. So localization cannot be an afterthought. Keeping that in mind, Vivid has 6 regional teams which would be continuously working on pluralizing the search term results, making sure that when you're looking at an image of Sandasi, a popular kitchen tong, you'll also see images of Pakad, Idukki, and Sansi, regional variations of the same tool. But despite this localized collaborative approach, we might not have the image that you're looking for. As I move forward, I wanted to bridge this gap. So we would be taking the failed search term results and converting them into incentivized photo prompts for our growing community of content creators. We do this by having a co-op model with a fixed percentage of profit sharing, along with bonuses for addressing these photo prompts and filling the gaps. The aim is to pluralize, localize, and optimize your image search responsibly. But why are we talking about generating images, collecting images in the age of generating? DALL-E, Adobe Firefly, Midjourney, these are the tools of the future and which are impacting how we generate images and think about image making as a whole. But the problem is, these tools still don't work as well for me as they do for you. When I was looking for an image of women wearing dupatta, I saw these results, so I gave it more information, which took me even further away. The speed at which AI is integrating into our lives is making it even more difficult for communities that lack representation to seek authentic representation on these platforms as well. This leads to creation of images that generate the same harmful stereotypes, and also leads to just a single story. But the problem is not in these image generators. The problem is in the data sets. So I started looking at how these data sets collect information. And the answer was right in front of me. In order to sign up to these platforms, I had to verify that I was a human. So I did that by clicking on every fire hydrant, every bus, every crosswalk. reCAPTCHA is a service by Google to protect websites and to also tell bots and humans apart. It is also used to train the same bots. So I figured, if you're going to make me train the bots, let me help you. Help it help me. Localize, capture, and diversify data. This is how we train the tool of the future for the future. Imagine if AI could identify an Activa scooter on the streets of Jaipur, or everyone's favorite the ice cream tricycle by the park, or identify the hand-drawn column on the footpath. This is important because we need to train AI to look at India how India looks at itself. I'm one of a billion, I'm one of a billion of a very complex and diverse country. But there is a need to ensure that this complexity is not lost in translation. Thank you so much.
Wonderful exploration. Congratulations. From an Indian perspective, design still operates like a colonial enterprise. What do you want people to take away from your thesis today?
I think it's important to realize that design, like we often talk about how design is everywhere and it exists in all spaces, but we still approach the formal education of design or discourse on design as an export item. It's the same ideas of what is good design being exported around the world. Whereas good design is actually understanding, immersing in the culture, and emerging from that, what ideas would design do to serve in this place. So I think what I would take is very similar to what a lot of my friends have said. Listen, but also don't assume that what is good over here would be good everywhere. Have different parameters to view design.
I'm sure there's a lot of folks out there probably watching on the live stream who'd like to connect with you on this issue. How do they find you?
I think I'm very easy to find just anywhere. Email, Instagram.
Well, don't miss the opportunity. There's a wave coming. Thank you. This is amazing work.
Thank you.
It's break time, everybody. Before we break, just so you know, there's going to be coffee and light snacks outside. We have about 20 minutes for that. And when we're back, we're going to have a really awesome panel with all the founding faculty for the program. And it will be led by Ankito, who is our newest faculty member. So don't miss that. Come back in 20 minutes.
Hello, everyone. This is the part of the program where your teachers are on the hot seat. We've had a lot of grilling from students, but this is the part when your teachers answer questions. As Nigel said, I am Ann Hito. I'm a journalist, design critic, and this program's newest history teacher. I'm incredibly thrilled to be among these greats. I have to confess, Aisha went to my student project, and Emily Baltz is the first human I've ever written a profile about. What a thrill for me. So this is how this segment is going to work. I will ask them, 3, 4 weird questions that they may or may not be prepared for. Hopefully it'll be succinct and sizzling answers.
Fish out the water.
But this is all about, the 10th year, before and after. So I guess my first question, I noticed as a new teacher, this program has these incredibly poetic yet cryptic titles. And when Alan asked me, I'm like, say, what do you want me to teach exactly? So my first question is really, how might you describe your class in a cocktail party? Now, I'll give you guys a second to think about that. While you're thinking, I found some clips from 11 years ago. Aisha, I thought we'd start with you. Can we play clip 1?
I'm Aisha Birsel, and I'm a product designer and a deconstruction, reconstruction specialist. Deconstruction is really about breaking your preconceptions, because we're full of preconceptions about how things come to us, the reality that we know. And then shifting our perspective or point of view on things so that you can have a different perspective. And then creating new value. So 1 + 1
equals what?
10
equals 10.
All right. Nothing has changed. All right. Does this work? Nothing has changed. Look, same shirt, same necklace, and I teach the same thing for the last 10 years. You made my hair all go gray. That's what I can say,
But this year, you kindly invited me to your final project, and you've kind of tweaked it, no? Can you tell us?
Yes. I mean, my students are here, and I had such a good time. I think they did too, but yes, I tweaked it. So I teach...
cocktail party.
Cocktail party. I need a drink first. Anne.
Anyone have a drink handy?
I teach people how to design their lives, but at POD, they then get to design something out of that experience.
A little vague, but we'll take it.
This is a stiff martini, Aisha.
A few more drinks.
Yeah.
Emily, we'll go to you.
Oh, I have
pause.
Yeah. Oh no, my hair is really not good in this situation.
Video 2. I think it's incredible.
I know what you're gonna do. Oh my God.
My name is Emily Baltz. I'm a designer. I work in a variety of different mediums, but most of my work centers around food and the relationship between food and consumers. I've worked in everything from electronics to food to soft goods. And I think that is something that I've very consciously done, because I do believe that design is not just a profession, it also is an enterprise. It also is a way of life. And to be able to explore that to its fullest is my absolute
10. That's my absolute 10. All these end in 10. Well, I'm noticing that we've just gotten much funnier in 10 years. These are all very serious, emphatic declarations of who we are. So, like at a cocktail party, what Design Delight is basically dragging students out onto 21st Street and making them all perform silly walks in the style of Monty Python as how they are choreographed to relate to their thesis. So sometimes we collide with bystanders. It has nothing to do with food.
Ah.
Yeah, even though I said food like 3 times in there. Food.
No food.
I haven't been drinking, no, so I also feel very challenged by answering this question with now kind of the same hairstyle suddenly again, so it's all really awkward. And I want to hand it over to Sinclair because you're much less awkward than I am.
All right. Actually, first I'm going to skip Sinclair. We'll leave that as the coup de grace.
Save the best for
right?
last.
We're going to go to Michael, who apparently
Let's get it over with.
made these films, is that right? Yes. Well,
I'm not admitting that.
Well, please play video number 3.
A class called a video storytelling. It's going to be a really hands-on class for my students, and so I'm going to actually, the structure of the class would be just basically I'm taking the students through one whole project so that they can actually experience each and every single.
10.
So what do you teach now?
I wasn't listening. Well, mumbo jumbo, of course, and at that time I was kind of new, even to this new discipline. I used to be a designer,
yes,
but then I just picked up this kind of whole storytelling business a few years before that interview. So, and then I was very insecure, and I wasn't even imagined I could be teaching about what I know at that time. Mm-hmm. So I really need to overcompensate it in saying all these big words and being professional and telling the world that I could teach. But it's actually not the case at that time. So I was very insecure at that time, even now. But my class is a crash course.
A crash course.
Going to hell and come back to reality type of things.
Wow.
Becky.
I was told the panel was at 4:30.
I know. It's just basically teaching the student how to use video to tell design stories.
Go to hell.
Yeah, go to hell and then come back.
In
And
video.
for my pleasure.
For
incredible. My enjoyment.
This is the most authentic response yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
The most sizzling. Yes. Becky, hello. My name is Anne. We've never met. But you are next. So my question to these folks is, how might you describe your class in a cocktail party? Now, I know you just got here, so let me give you a minute to think. So I found some videos of how you explained it 11 years ago. So could we please play video number 4?
Want to talk about something online, it should be something you're proud of and you can get involved with. Not, here's my project, neener, you can't play with it. But here's my project, here are my source files, here's where I ran into trouble and I need your help. Young people need to be fearlessly awesome. We really need to have a passion for something and go out there and get it. If you can't let things happen to you. You have to go and ask for work, ask for experiences that you want to have, and put your
10.
Cliffhanger.
I don't know. I don't remember. I think all those brain cells have turned over. I explained my course, Making Studio, as a workshop course where I'm fortunate enough for fun to be a primary objective, and teach electronics and crafts and documentation all together. It's a very practical class.
Incredible.
Can I ask a question? Chronological question. Had we taught our classes yet?
No.
I just want
No.
to put that out there because I have a feeling what's about to happen.
All right. The coup de grace. You know the question. I guess we play video number 6.
I think I'm hoping it will be some part therapy, some part group therapy, some part drama class, acting class, and then a really good part student criticism and work criticism and construction studio. Like, we're going to build stuff.
How has that changed? Let's say we just met. What do you teach?
Design performances focused on understanding the physical consequences of the built environment And it's more ideally like a puppeteering class, like learning how to make things that get people to do stuff, learning to look at how the things we make people do stuff. It did turn out to be a little bit of an acting class. Some of that is true. I mean, I guess.
What about the group
I don't
therapy
talk
bit?
about it. I don't. Yeah, that didn't go that well.
Okay. Next question.
Sure.
Yeah. Moving on from that.
Yeah.
I really am curious how Alan recruited you. I'll just tell you, Alan found me at a bookstore and dazzled me by his confidence in me, a random person, and said, "Hey, would you like to teach?" And on the spot, I think yes. And then a month later, I am here. I'm curious, and apparently he later divulged that he has tactics on how to get someone kind of who felt that they were too busy to do one more thing to do this. I kind of want to hear your individual stories. Should we start with Aisha?
Sure. I was very easy. I mean, Alan, many of you know, is one of my oldest and dearest friends. So he asked me, and I said yes. But that's the story of our friendship.
Emily, did you play Hard to Get?
Yeah. No. No. I wish I had put like a giant fight up, and all of this, and I could share a dramatic story. But Alan was my thesis advisor. I did my master's at Pratt in industrial design. Yeah. And he completely changed my perspective on design, which is where all of that fancy, to use Michael's words, mumbo jumbo, I think came from. But as a young designer, it was enchanting to think that just beyond products, here we were designing what he would say, I think, are flows and negotiations.
Yeah.
And that really spoke to me as you look into the future, and also with my great delight in human experience, which I didn't know at the time, even as I was mumbo-jumboing there, that I would end up teaching an experience design class. It was a discipline that didn't exist back then. And I think anybody who has a great new idea is, can capture curiosity. And Alan is a great believer in new ideas, and I definitely step onto that ship.
I love that. Sinclair, you ready, or should we skip? Okay.
Like
thought.
Emily, I was Alan's student at Pratt, and we were close, and that's the simple part of the story. And so he asked me to teach a class, but there was another component to it, which is that he, when I was very green, even greener than that, he told me I should apply for the position of chair at Pratt, and I said absolutely not. That's ridiculous. I'll embarrass myself. But he told other people that I should do that, and then I wound up in a very awkward position. So I had to write the letter and put the CV together. And when he saw the CV and the letter, he saw that I could do some things that he didn't know I could do, like build and project management and some other stuff. And so when he started the program, in addition to saying, we'll talk about teaching a class, he said, I need your help, because I had renovated buildings and I built Aisha's bathroom and kitchen to pave my way through summers in grad school. He said, I want you to come with me, and we walked through the buildings of SVA and looked for spaces and planned out the departments and worked on furniture and stuff like that. So my first role in the department was, helping work on the architecture and programming of the space for POD and the VFL.
That's wonderful. I love your part of the floor. It's incredible.
What's that?
I love your workshop that you've developed.
I'm lucky to be there.
Incredible. Michael?
As I was following the trend, just want to make sure you guys know my mental status at that time. I was a timid designer. I was working at IDEO at the time. I just moved to New York about 3 or 4 years before this, and I'm working on a new discipline, which is design storytelling, and also doing design at the same time. So I basically thought I was a newbie too at that time in this discipline. And then somehow I was doing some work at IDEO, and words got out, and a friend of Alan actually heard about the story, about a project that I worked on, and he approached me. So I At that time, Alan was really famous within the industrial design circle. But I know of him, but I didn't know him. So, and he asked me, I said, WTF, like, what are you talking about? Me teaching on storytelling? And I was like, not playing hard to get, but I was basically had no idea that I could do this. So it's like not enough knowledge in my personality. I couldn't really go in front of a class to teach at that time. So I was like, big no, that's not gonna happen.
And then?
But then, for the long story short, within 2 years, Alan has this really charisma to lure you into his trap. Kind of. That's how he asks people to do stuff for him. With the charisma and then the calmness. He said, you're going to be fine, Michael. You're going to be one of the best teachers ever. And, well, thank you. And then somehow for 2 years, we were actually kind of hesitating, co-developing the syllabus and things like that. And then at the end of the 2 years, right before he actually has to hand in the syllabus to Albany, I said, okay, I'll give it a try, maybe a year, maybe 2 years. And that's how I got into it.
11.
Yeah, and then now, 11 years after, which is absolutely crazy. All thanks to Alan. I mean, it's like, yeah.
Incredible. Thank you. Lastly, Vicky.
I first met Alan when I was working at Make Magazine as a video producer and blogger, and we were both judges at this Jell-O mold competition. Emily was a contestant.
Let's not talk about what I molded.
Okay. You can look it up. I made a video. I made a video where I have even shorter hair than the one you saw there. And so he was aware of my work as a maker, content creator around the same time he was developing the program. I always wanted to teach. I was teaching at the time at Parsons, which is my alma mater, under some kind of loophole because I don't have an MFA that made me have to teach a different class every semester. So Alan sold me on the fact that I could write my own syllabus and then refine it every year, which is the thing that makes teaching the most work is teaching a different class. Teaching the same class just gives you room to refine and turn the midterm project into a Halloween costume, that kind of thing. That was because of a student evaluation response, by the way.
That's great.
So read it. So I didn't have to be dragged kicking and screaming. It sounded pretty good from the start and still sounds pretty good. So I've had bosses try to get me to quit this job before. Not going to happen.
By the way, Alan called me this weekend and do the panel however you want, but just one request. Don't make it about me. But I think it's inevitable. His spirit.
Since he's not here, we might as well do that.
I mean, we did it. We've done it. So, hey, Alan, we're sorry. Not sorry. My third question, maybe my penultimate one, is, so I went through Wayback Machine and counted 17 original faculty members. There are 11 left, I think. My question, right? 11
years?
I think so, including Alan. What has made you stay? What has teaching brought to your practice? You're each individual, professionals. I guess we all are. What has this program brought to your life?
Start over there.
Okay.
All right.
I get overwhelming warm fuzzies from teaching. I only teach that one class per year, so it's a whole semester and a summer by the time I get around to it again, and I always miss it because I get this fresh perspective, and I call them very shiny because I have the fortune of teaching a first year course, so it's the students' first time together. They're just getting to know each other, and it's a very formative time in their career here at POD. So I don't know, I just get a lot of energy back. I get a fresh perspective about what beginners are asking, which is a lot of the work that I do is create content that speaks to beginners. So keeping in touch with teaching, 200 plus students how to install Arduino. I think Turkish Windows 8 was the hardest.
I did, while Michael is thinking, I'm going to call on you next. I did some background reporting, old reporters tick. I called Rob Walker because he couldn't be here, so I made him answer these questions.
Is there going to be a video?
No.
Videos.
Really? Missed it. No, he just
Young
said.
Rob.
Young Rob. Maybe next year. I asked him the same question, and he said, it's taught me how satisfying it is to help others express their ideas. it's also influenced his book, The Art of Noticing. I wonder if, Michael?
Yeah, I was
if that's
I was thinking
happened
because
to
it's
you.
like I could get sentimental here because I think the longevity question is it's not hard for me, first of all, because I only teach in spring, and which is pretty, I mean, workload wise, it doesn't add to my schedule that big of a workload. So, but I remember, I think to keep me teaching is always go back to the students, right? Even though it's such a cliche. I remember the first time I actually thought that what I was doing is actually meaningful is that they were just so generous. Like one of the students just like sent me, I think 4 years into my teaching gig, just sent me, Michael, I just have to tell you, I'm using what you teach every single day on my job. It's like, I just want to thank you. And things like that. And then one after another, I got emails like that. They didn't really have to do that. But somehow they just sent me an email, sent me a message and telling me that. But I think it's just that contributing or paying back to the design field with, actually knowing that what we do is actually really useful for the students. I think that keeps it going. Of course, and it's also because of Alan too. Alan just like, you're doing great, keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going, so, yeah.
Lovely. Claire, you're...
I don't know how to answer this succinctly. I mean, I love to teach. I just, teaching is in some ways maybe, I guess I could be philosophical. It's sort of the most meta form of design there is. Design is communication and making instructions. And so, I feel like I become such a better designer as a consequence of articulating my ideas and trying to see if they work with others. And I suppose that could sound like a sadistic experiment, but I hope it's not perceived that way. I really, it's an act of love and generativeness, and Alan is an incredible leader. And I've also, I have the luck to have had this grow into a career. I mean, I work for the School of Visual Arts full time. I work for David. I love working for David. I love working with Joe. It's just a wonderful college, and it's just been an amazing way for my career to go. I closed my studio, and I don't regret it.
Emily?
I don't know how much more to say to all of this because I can echo all of it outside of being a full-time SVA employee, but this is a sentimental question, an emotional question, and I think point blank what keeps me coming back is all of you. Like every year to meet individuals who have this amazing spark, curiosity, and also just a commitment and a passion. Like this program really attracts a very unique kind of person that thinks beyond the boundaries of the expected, of the everyday. And you should never take that for granted in yourself. Being around that, I think in large portion is why we're all still here. Like it's a life source, right? You feed that to us, it brings life to us. Like Becky said, we get to see things that are new, things that are fresh. And that's a great source of energy for living. It is one of the most generative cycles is to teach. And also to hold space for people to take risks. I think that's one thing that I love about my class is that because it's experiences in public space, you see people have to go out and confront things. And just like Alan told all of us and your class, to your point, Michael, like there's so much transformational power the moment someone says, yes, you can. And having been a student and experiencing how powerful that was in some very unique teachers, and specifically Alan Chachanoff, how it changed my perception of myself is a real ember inside of you for the rest of your life. And I think, we would all hope that we can offer that because the amount of talent and passion and conviction, like just being around that and seeing the potential in everybody is such an honor, and that we want more of, I know.
Yeah, I want a footnote, and I'll wind up cutting you off, and I'll save you.
You have the last word.
This gets because of Alan. And you could teach in a lot of places, but because of Alan, this is political activism. This is social change. We are involved in, doing something.
Wonderful. I should get the last word.
All right. Hard to add to, I mean, everything you said, plus I feel like I have two homes in New York, and one is my home, Midtown, and the other is Products of Design. And I love all of you. I find teaching is so hard. It's probably the hardest thing for me, and such a responsibility. And 7 weeks is such a short amount of time. And every time, kind of third or fourth week, I call Alan up. It's become kind of a tradition, and I'm like, I can't do this. And then he'll calm me down and then show me, just give you that confidence we all talk about, that Alan has this magical way of making you feel like you can do anything. And so that's why I keep on doing it. And then I love that now you're part of the family. So it is my home and it's my family, and you all are. And Alan, you're just amazing.
I'm at a loss for words. That is a good place to end, I think. Thank you for...
Should we have left them over there? Is this thing on?
I'd like to say, really a big thank you to the faculty. I wouldn't be the designer that I am without their insights, without them challenging me as well, especially in times where you're like, okay, this is the best I can do. And they're like, is it really though? Through that challenging and pushing, actually having a much better outcome than I could have even imagined in terms of my work. And then also just the patience.
I wouldn't be me without you, kind of thing. Like, it just, the whole experience collectively, I think, changed the trajectory of my life in such a big way that, yeah, I'm just so grateful for everyone that had a part of that.
Where would we all be without you? Having taught a semester at POD, I understand how much sacrifice it takes. I understand how much additional, focus and hard work it takes to be ready to present week in, week out at a program like POD that is so demanding.
Thank you, Alan, for bringing us all together, for creating this learning opportunity and oasis of discovery. And I really appreciate what I've been able to do with the education that I received at POD.
Thank you. Thanks for setting me up for a career, for being able to feel confident and ready to open my own place, work with other people, find work.
For faculty, thank you. POD totally changed my life and my perspective as a designer. And there's so many things that the faculty would say and we'd be like, I don't believe it.
As Alan has believed in us. And so thank you to Alan for banking on us, for accepting us into the program, and for seeing and believing that we can do something extraordinary.
Basically, no words that would ever be enough. A lot of motivation and support and love and just being there and, for telling us that we can do it.
Every day I can say, if somebody comes up to me and asks me a question about their part of their industry within what I do, and I've never done it before, I'm like, actually, I kind of have done that before, and I wouldn't have that otherwise. And thank you to all the faculty and staff, as well as the students that push that along.
It was an awesome experience, and I would not trade it for anything in the world.
Everyone, please welcome Jim and Cho to the stage.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Jimin. Welcome back to the second half. Thank you for being here. Okay. Yeah. In America alone, over 7 million people have some form of visual impairment, and the number is growing. We are living in the post-text era. Then, how do blind and visually impaired BLV users read digital images? First, turn on the screen reader on your device to enable audio feedback.
Voiceover on.
Thank you for enthusiasm. Then glide your finger across the screen. Then the screen reader will read the element that you're on.
The New York Times verified. Bright blue crayon marks were found on a statue that is more than 2 centuries old at a conservation site in England.
What happens when you tap an image? If you tap the image, the screen reader will announce the alt text added to the image. Alternative text, commonly referred to as alt text, is a brief text description that explains what the image depicts and why it is relevant to the surrounding content.
Image, bright blue marks scrawled across the face of a statue.
When you upload an image on the web, you are expected to add alt text to the image for screen reader users. So kudos, New York Times. However, a Carnegie Mellon research showed that 99% of tweets with images do not include alt text. What if there is no alt text added to an image? This is what BLV users will face.
Image.
Screen readers can detect the image, but they will not know what's in it. Here's 3 main reasons why we often don't add alt text. There are awareness issues, time constraint, and lack of knowledge on how to write good alt text. Last month, OpenAI announced ChatGPT that can read photos and explain what's in them. Can ChatGPT write alt text for all of us? Through the research, I discovered why we need to include humans in the loop for alt text writing. Alt text requires knowledge of the context that only the author would know, as well as the emotion of the image. Take a look at the image. There is a secret sauce in the image, and which AI cannot easily recognize. There are actually 3 people. They're celebrating the baby bump. This is Ghost Altwriter. Ghost Altwriter is an alt-text authoring tool that combines AI and human collaboration. Here's how it works. Authors provide essential information about the photo, such as the tone and the name of individuals in the photo, then secret sauce, the reason why the photo is significant to the author. In this image, it's the baby bump. AI will generate additional descriptive details while keeping it concise. By following just a simple steps, content creators can easily add rich and highly contextual alt text. To guide my thesis, I consulted 3 groups: end users of assistive technology, creators of technology, and educators who bridge the gap between BLV and sighted communities. Through immersive research, I gained a better understanding of the current state of assistive technology and could identify areas for improvement. And books and papers served as my guiding star, helping me set the direction for my thesis. So let's move on to my next project. Technological advances in smartphone cameras have significantly impacted the digital image we see every day. This year alone, more than 93% of all photos taken annually will be captured on smartphone cameras. However, despite this big leap, how we utilize image description for image accessibility has remained stagnant since alt text was introduced in 1995. This image is rich in detail, with so many things going on, with multiple subjects on multiple layers. How can we tell the story of this image to blind and low vision users without leaving out important details? How might we give more controls to users, make it interactive, let them navigate, and based on their personal interest? The introduction of relative depth map in image analysis has potential to change the way we understand and interact with images. It effectively separates different layers and elements in the image. The jogger, the couple with the dog, and the park can be easily isolated from each other. Here's my second project, dimensional alt text. It enables users to navigate image descriptions through three-dimensional layers: the foreground, the middle ground, and the background. Before we move on to the next slide, I'd like to ask you to close your eyes and pay close attention to the alt text I'm going to play. Try to visualize image in your mind based on the description. So please close your eyes.
Vinny Jr. celebrating his goal for the Brazilian team along with Neymar at Maracana Stadium.
There are...
Vinny
sorry.
Jr.
Now you can open your eyes. There are millions of ways to celebrate a goal, from dancing in a row to hugging each other. Which scene did you imagine? But here's the image. Does it match the scene that you imagined? The current alt text practice encourages author to describe concisely under 140 characters. But in dimensional alt text, each dimensional field provides ample room for descriptive detail of the layer. And screen reader users can navigate through dimensional layers. And I'm going to show you how I conducted user testing online. The speed of screen reader might sound too fast, but that is the preferred speed for many screen reader users who want to quickly skim through content.
B2, visit Vinny Jr. celebrating his goals for the Brazilian team along with Neymar at Maracanã Stadium. Tap the dimension thumbnails below for more detail. Foreground, Neymar jumped on the back of Vinny Jr., both screaming in celebration. Around the corner flag, image. Middle ground, Gabriel Jesus and Lucas Paqueta running toward the two to celebrate, image. Background, low angle view of Maracanã Stadium lit up at night, image.
Oh, that's so cool. I don't know anything about sports or who these people are, but I mean, just like, picture that is so amazing.
Yeah, you can see I was not ready for the reaction. Thank you. The moment was truly rewarding as a designer. The actual user validated your hypothesis in the kindest words. Here's our key findings from the user testing. Mainly, participants love dimensional alt text because it provides more context about the background of images. I wrote a small paper out of the project with my co-author, Hee-jae, and it was accepted to Kai 23 UX conference. Oh, thank you very much. We had an opportunity to present our work in Hamburg last week and received valuable feedback and insights from researchers. And thanks to those feedback, I'm planning to write a full paper on dimensional alt text. So now I want to shift your focus from on-screen experience to physical spaces. And the spaces are restaurants. QR code menus are hygienic, but also accessible. But it has a big pain point in this scenario. According to a survey, 60% of customers with visual impairments find it challenging to use QR code independently, mainly due to difficulty in locating them. A consistent standard for location is much needed, since QR code is always found on the most random surfaces. So I designed Beacon, a table mood light with QR code sign for BLB customers at restaurants. It has 3 key features. It's a combination of lighting and QR code sign. It makes things easy scanning in all lighting conditions, including dimly lit environments. And affordability was the key to accessibility, to create consistent standards for QR code location. So the beacon's unique design features two-way lighting system that creates beautiful reflection on the table, while the top light functions as a backlight for the QR code. Sorry for that. Through prototyping, I discovered that a backlit QR code is much easier to scan without using the flashlight on your phone. I minimized the number of parts needed to keep the cost per unit down. The form study focuses on both visual and tactile aspects. I ensured that beacon was easy on the eyes, but also on the hands. The concave surface on the top invites touch. I also added a braille indicator to help BLV users accurately locate the exact scanning point. During FGI interview, I identified another key pain point related to interacting with servers, which often relies on eye contact. To address this, I incorporated a subtle signaling feature in my design. And it's inspired by the bat signal, of course. By flipping over the light, customer can signal servers when they need assistance. So simply flip it over to signal. Here's a point of view of the server. The direction of the light also makes it easy to distinguish between the two modes. So there, I have reimagined digital accessibility through 3 projects under the theme of Beyond the Visual. Thank you for listening to my journey. I want to thank my family. I want to thank POD faculty for broadening my horizons. And last but not least, I want to thank my lovely, beautiful cohort who has been my emotional support for this wonderful, sleep-deprived journey. Thank you so much.
Again, it's so great to not see the work for 3 months and see how it blossoms. Super exciting.
Thank you so much.
I'm curious about the collaboration with your friend, the developer. And if you can tell me a little bit more about where this is going for you two.
So I think, I worked on the small paper with my friend who's a developer working at a big company, but also he's my high school friend. So it's always really nice to work with your friends because you can ping him every time. So there's no such thing as office hour. So for him, it's pretty much like toxic work environment, I guess. But I really enjoyed it. And he always redirect when I start to talk nonsense in terms of technology. So it was really enjoyable work experience with your best friend.
Of course.
You looked at poetry and art, I think, in your process, and I'm curious how that affected your thinking.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the project, I actually went to Metropolitan Museum to take this accessibility-related class, which is taught by Paula Lawton. So she teaches you how to draw without division. It's a beautiful class. I want you to. It's a big rack from me. But after that, I just look around what's out there, and the dimensional alt text and the dimensional layers are inspired by photography. It's a photography terms because you cannot design things
like out of nowhere. So I have to have some kind of very familiar like foundation. So yeah, I mean, in that sense, art and like poetry, like photography, everything inspired the project.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Excellent work.
Congrats.
Everyone, please welcome Erica Cho.
How are we shaped by technology? How will our bodies look and feel in the future? Who are we without technology? My name is Erica. I'm an artist, designer, and movement practitioner, and these questions have anchored my research for the past several years. Through the course of this research, I've been haunted by Carl Sagan's concerns from his book, The Demon-Haunted World. He says, I have a foreboding where awesome technological powers are in the hands of a very few. The people's faculties fall in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what is true. Sagan wrote this 27 years ago, fearing the impact of a technological monopoly stripping us of our agency. This was what brought me to the following two questions as the backbone of my thesis. What is at stake when our bodies and technology meet? How do we localize and safeguard our humanness? Before we can answer these bigger questions, let's start with the basics. What is humanness? Humanness, in short, is the state or quality of being human. It is derived from humanity, which is specifically referring to the human race. Why the distinction? We are living in the age of the Anthropocene, also known as the time during which humans have had substantial impact on our planet. Using the word humanity alludes to extractive and hierarchical methods to prioritize the survival of the human species as a whole. On the other side of the coin, humanness focuses on how it feels to be human, how it feels to be in the physical world, both with people around us and with nature. It approaches the concept of safeguarding what it means to be human with humility. So, how do we safeguard our humanness against the onslaught of technological innovations that are shaping our reality? The impact is direct on both an individual and a societal scale. This is the lens I used to structure my thesis. I approached both of these scales in two parts. First, I designed experiments to reveal how our humanness might be at stake as we become more dependent on technology. Then I propose how we might preserve it. Let's start by looking at what is at stake for the individual. Technology is now responsible for the majority of overwhelming stimuli in our world today. With broadened networks and more access to people, information, culture, and opinions than ever before, our ability to regulate our nervous systems has suffered. We spend our time glued to our phone screens, distractedly scrolling through social media feeds and completely missing the world around us. Being constantly plugged into this virtual dimension presents real challenges for navigating the real world and has fueled an epidemic of anxiety and depression. Our bodily systems fall into a feedback loop that often leads to dysregulation. Research demonstrates the direct correlation between high hours spent in front of screens and high anxiety and depression rates in adolescents. To demonstrate this dysregulating phenomena, I employed the concept of sound to reveal this tension, or psychoacoustics, the perception of sound and its physiological effects. This is BPM. It is a speaker that has been programmed to use the speed of your heart rate to alter the playback speed of the audio tracks produced. It comes in two parts: a detachable pulse sensor that measures your heart rate when you touch the divot in the center, and a speaker base that is connected through Bluetooth. Both parts click together in the center with a magnetic charger. Just like how listening to that might have made your heart race, this speaker was made to tangibly express how technology is sending us further into dysregulation the more we use it. But did you know our body actually has the natural ability to temper this dysregulation? It's called our vagal tone, and it's controlled by our vagus nerve. Zoe Galley, a somatic coach, shares that vagal tone, the activity of the vagus nerve, is the ability to widen our level of tolerance for sensation and stimuli without becoming dysregulated. And we have this innate ability to do so thanks to our vagus nerve. Our humanness depends on our vagal tone to create balance. And the way we train our vagal tone is to rediscover and prioritize our embodied lives. But technology has taken a serious toll on our bodies. 75% of the world is hunched over their smartphones daily. This impacts both our physical bodies and our mental well-being. You might have heard of the term tech neck syndrome, or you probably might have experienced that ache in your upper back and neck. Why is that so? Well, a typical adult head weighs 10 to 12 pounds. Bending it forward at a 45-degree angle puts it at nearly 50 pounds of exertion. Just imagine constantly holding a 50-pound dumbbell on the back of your neck. What would that do to the rest of your body? In 2019, a New York Times article shared some shocking X-ray images of a 28-year-old who started to grow horns on the base of their skull from spending too much time hunched over cell phones. Futurists have even projected that our bodies will look like this in the year 3000 because of it. So the next question I asked to preserve our humanness was, can we introduce a way for people constantly on their phones to take short breaks that benefit their body and their brain? Can this occur without forcing the confiscation of a phone and instead physicalize the interface? To explore this, I created the Human Break app, a micro-intervention designed to bring us back to our humanness by getting us back in touch with our bodies and our physicality. It works by notifying you to take a human break when your phone notices you've been scrolling on select apps for a while. Clicking on the notification sends you into the Human Break app, where you experience the simulation of the month. These short interactions utilize the physics of gravity to trigger the haptic feedback on your phone so that your touch senses are activated. Then it introduces an embodied challenge, making the entire simulation screenless. This one prompts you to do this. By raising and widening your elbows behind your head, the position acts as a counter to that hunched over posture, relieving tightness in your thoracic spine. The side-to-side action activates your obliques, mobilizing the stiff trunk of our bodies. The entire intervention is 40 seconds, but its consistency is what makes a difference to your body. This is why the app also includes a posture analysis tool, which measures the severity of each posture angle and tracks its improvement through detailed progress indicators. Our humanness is reinforced by our physicality. The more in touch we are with our bodies while using technology, the less likely we are to fall into the vicious cycles of dysregulation and physical degeneration. Now that we've explored this impact on an individual level, let's zoom out to the societal scale. According to Michael Best, Chancellor's Professor at Vanderbilt University, we are now refashioning ourselves by redesigning our physical and mental capabilities. Best shares that technologies of human enhancement are the most rapidly developing innovations today. We have transcended past the information age. Welcome to the augmented age. We can't help but be fascinated with augmenting our lives to make fantasy a reality. Our understanding of this augmented age is highly influenced by pop culture and science fiction stories, movies that illustrate cyborgs as the ultimate entanglement of machinery and organic human parts. When we think of cyborgs, we think Terminator. We think of barriers between our bodies and technology removed, and a new type of human species that is faster, stronger, smarter, and better. To dive deeper into these themes, I wrote an interpretation of this future, depicting the techno-infused world we could be headed towards. These stories revealed what was at stake with our current dependencies on wearable tech, as well as our wish for enhancement through biotech. They centered around a body augmentation studio called Bioforming Studio. Set 77 years into the future, in the year 2100, this world appeared like a dystopia. It had unforgiving temperatures and unexpected weather changes, and humans were looking to push the limitations of their bodies for resiliency. It was my excursion into idyllic fantasies of our body's capabilities within the context of our climate futures. The body augments they sought were animal-inspired, like second skin and back ribbing to acclimate to the heat. I used these stories as an ethnographic experiment, sharing them with friends and hosting intimate workshops to gather their thoughts and feelings about this speculated future. And as participants embodied characters in this world, I noticed that 90% of them felt forced to adopt cutthroat attitudes and be out for themselves. It was the act of technologically enhancing the self that dehumanized this world. And when we started to break down what it really means to be human, there was a unanimous craving for connection and care as a community. Our humanness comes from being a part of a community. The Bantu-speaking people of Africa say Ubuntu, which is a person is a person through other people, or I am because we are. And so to preserve our humanness on a societal scale, we need to shift our individualistic lenses and strive for more interdependent and holistic visions of our future. What if we tie people's wish for enhancement with our collective responsibility towards our planet Earth and our communities? What if augments were not for human optimization, but for corporeality and connection instead? This was my final experiment into how we might preserve our humanness in an alternative future. I developed a performance installation called State of Being Apothecary. It imagines a scenario where the focus of augmentation was presented through an anti-capitalist lens. Offering an intimate healing experience, I invited my audience to consider the well-being of our community over profit-driven and competitive motives. This was an entirely different picture of the future than my previous experiment. It detailed one where the warmth of human touch, care, and attention was prioritized over optimizing our bodies. As guests walk into the speakeasy-style apothecary, they fill out a diagnostic card that takes stock of how they currently show up for the people around them. The apothecary turns their introspection into a personalized prescription, offering up select remedies that are meant to make us better for each other. These multisensory remedies were created on the spot, and they were either ingested or topically absorbed. The performative act of receiving these remedies role-plays a transformative experience where participants leave feeling more in touch with their embodied lives, more in touch with what is around them, and more collectively connected. Instead of enhancing our bodies, we need remedies that make us more metacognitive and empathetic for those around us. And instead of creating a whole bunch of hyper-augmented individuals, we need to offer people with the ability to be better with and for each other. I'd like to conclude by revisiting the following. While technology can make us feel elite and gratified, what is at stake where our bodies and technology meet? How do we localize and safeguard our humanness? Through the course of my thesis, I designed products to first shine a spotlight on the challenges I've discovered, and then proposed how we can look to preserve our humanness through keeping in touch with our physicality and nurturing our connections with those around us. To quote Catherine Hales, my dream is a version of a post-human that embraces the possibilities of technologies without being seduced by fantasies of unlimited power and disembodied immortality. We don't want to stifle technologies that can help our society. However, we need to remain tethered to our humanness. There is no world where we're human without technology now. How we preserve our humanness, though, is most crucial to how our future unfolds. Thank you.
I missed the experience. That sounded really amazing.
It was
I
really
know, I'm a little bitter too.
We'll do it again.
Please.
I'm curious about what inspired, like what was the initial seed for this, this whole thesis?
Yeah. I think so. I'm a lifelong dancer, and so I've spent most of my life researching experiences within the body and around the body with people around us. And as design came into my life, I noticed how it really pulled at the other end of the spectrum, where one, kind of demands your embodiedness, and then the other kind of chains you to the desk and chains you to the computer. So I was really interested in honing in on this tension.
Amazing.
You covered a lot of ground in this thesis. What was a big surprise or discovery?
Yeah, Alexia and I talked about futuring a lot, which is, I wrote the stories in Alexia's class, and Alex helped through that in the fall. But in interviewing a couple neuroscientists, we realized that the concept or the act of futuring can be pretty dangerous because we tend to sensationalize a lot of things, and we have this tendency to create dystopian narratives, and that can actually be dangerous to, policing around regulation, and stifling some innovations that can really make a difference to our society. And so I think that was a really important discovery, and that influenced my experience design at the very end. Yeah.
Wonderful. Congrats.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Xinyue Wu.
Hi everyone, my name is Xinyue. Maybe you have a question, like why I use my name as my thesis title. Actually, Xinyue in Chinese means joy. My parents searched through the dictionary and found that joy is the best wish for their child. They gave me this name Xinyue in the hope that I would be happy every day. But I found it so hard. Not only me, a survey shows that about 85% of global urban workers said they feel stressed, with 67% saying they feel very and extremely stressed. As an urban workers, we age between 24 to 35. We bear tremendous pressure, often feeling like a burdened donkey, constantly chasing after immediate character. How to make our daily life happier? I tried many different methods, like reading a lot of books and watching videos are my first choice. I'm so excited to gain a lot of theoretical knowledge from them, but I soon forgot much of it. And I also explored other different ways to help increase positive emotions, but I found they have some certain limitations. For example, 43% of people will practice meditation will fall asleep during the process. Art therapy makes people who don't know how to experience their emotions through art feel distant. 57% of people reported feel shame about seeking mental health counseling, and 46% cited high cost as a barrier to seeking counseling services. Is there a more accessible and sustainable way to increase our joy? I realized the answer was become clear. In fact, before I came to SVA, I had watched Ingrid TED Talk about joy, which impressed me very much. After interviewing her, the idea that design has the ability to make people happier become more and more clear to me. How about just use design products as emotional intervention tools to lift your joy subconsciously through the process? Don't let yourself feel the real pain before you act. Everyday products are the most suitable long-term remedy. We can continuously improve our positive emotions in a more intuitive and subtle way. So I started my design journey to make life more joyful. First, we start at home. Combing hair is a day ritual, but is this ritual seen fall into the same monotonous task as our life, without any pleasant surprises? Actually, combing hair is like a therapy. It relaxes you and reduces stress. In addition, music is a kind of oral medicine that can release all our worries, make us feel unparalleled joy and happiness. By combining the comb with a music instrument, the comb seems to have a soul. Transform our day ritual into a sensory stimulating and more pleasant experience. Let's subvert our expectations. It's a real song. And the hair tunes create a new and practical multi-sensory ritual for our mornings, with its lightweight design and no need for children. The color seems inspired by nature, creating a relaxed and playful atmosphere. To design them, I explored almost every instrument on the market on the principle of sound generation. Drawing many sketches from the possibilities to combine combs with musical instrument. Rapidly prototype and test, promoting direction in the sketch, while eliminating those are not performing well. Next, the remaining three solutions were refined. There are a lot of failure in the process, but I also gained a lot, such as like the fact that the fruit and the comb need to be one piece. Separating them will affect the sound performance. And the fact that the color differences in the same material will also cause the change in sound quality. In the end, I developed three music combs. Ring coral is inspired by the ring stick. The spiral structure inside, stroked by the mantle beads, create a spa-like experience for your hair, leaving you feeling refreshed. Accordion comb inspires the accordion and the flute. Its structure allows air to flow into the handle as you're pressed against your hand, and you can control the tone with your fingertips. Relax and train your mind at the same time. Inspired cymbals. Cymbal is a comb that creates a percussive sound as you press the teeth against your hand. The internal spring compresses, causing the ball to stroke against a copper plate, and it will produce a rhythmic sound. Let's turn hair combing from a mundane task to a joyful start of our day. With the delight of a new morning, we go to work. First, I organize a co-creation activity for young urban workers to create their own weekday journey map, capturing their day-long experience. After organizing the data, I found something really interesting. People generally experience lower mood level on their weekday afternoon. Just like that. The main reason for this are following 3 points. Feel reactant. I don't have a sense of accomplishment. I hate endless meetings. I often feel like I have no common topics with my colleagues besides work. What do we want? Actually, it is a sense of accomplishment. Such as like playing a game, we want something fulfilling to support us. A sense of control. We want the ability to express ourselves and have the freedom to speak up. We want a sense of belonging. Instead of feel isolated, we want to feel more connected with each other. So I designed Pulse. Pulse is a desktop software that provides virtual pet companionship in a workplace to make us live a happier and more productive workday. Let's look at the 3 features of the platform: fetch, bark, and play. We will start with fetch. Firstly, we can create our own unique virtual pet image, and which can generate using AI to upload the image and test the description. Your pet can't wait to explore, so let's take a moment to write down the to-do list for today. After planning the things you want to do today, click one of the tags, then click Start. Your pet will go on a trip to explore. Then you can concentrate on your work. When you finish the task, check it off. Your pet will bring a virtual souvenir as a surprise to celebrate the accomplishment. It's a honey mint handmade soap, and that will refresh you on a hot day. You look at the storehouse of souvenir, all prove your pet love for you and your accomplishment make you smile. Then we move to meeting to bark. Your pet will send a reminder 10 minutes before the meeting starts. You can set how long past the expected end time she can bark. Like 10 minutes. The meeting starts. The meeting has overdue for 10 minutes. The group's attention starts to wander. A few animals barks breaks the tension of the meeting, allows the employer to express their thoughts in a humor and engaging way. This not only boosts the efficiency of the meeting, but also relieves the stress, long discussion, and increase employees a greater sense of self-control. Then we talk about break time to play. Your pet will initiate prompts that facilitate connection with others. Like you can send an invitation to invite Jen for a cup of coffee. Then your pet will go to Jen's desktop and knock on her door, inviting her. Jen happily agrees to coffee. Your pet also have the opportunity to play together. You and Jen can also have time to relax and chat with each other. When you come back, you found out some cute baby had left a little surprise for you guys. You and Jen have to clean the table with a mouse. So use this macro interaction to break down barriers between people, create more common topics to enhance the sense of belonging in the workplace. Gamification can increase employees' motivation. Self-expression in the workplace can enhance well-being and increase job satisfaction. Seeing cute small animals and the moments of surprise also do good for our mood and productivities. Pause is not only add more joy to our busy work life, but also increase our work efficiency. After work, we go out to the outside world. Get inspired by the art of noticing by Rob Walker. Actually, we can have the ability to discover joy in the everyday. So I designed Sensory Scavenger Hunt. It's a personal experiential product combines audio prompts and a map to get participants to focus on each of 5 senses to discover connection with the world around us. Let's find joy from the outside world.
It's time to awaken.
I felt like I was just so pretty, and I wasted so much time on the pointless thing.
playing with friends.
I don't know why I touched that rock. And it was like, I think I knew what it would feel like because obviously, but I think it's just solid and unmoving, dependable.
What's the feeling right now?
Safety.
How I wish I could go back to my previous vacation and use this approach to feel the sand on the beach and smell the salty sea breeze once again.
So the exploration, actually, I was the biggest gainer because I went to 5 different places with different people, and their sincere smell made me feel great joy from the depths of my heart. I truly feel the energy of joy flowing between us. From hair tunes to pulse to sensory scavenger hunt, it actually is a process of opening our heart from a personal experience to a relationship in a community, to a connection with everything in the world. Where is the joy? When you open your closed heart, joy is everywhere. Thank you, my POD family. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, my teachers. Thank you, my mom and dad. Wish you 新月 every day. Thank you.
I think everyone in the theater has a big smile on their face, myself included. Aww.
Thank
you. So you showed us a little bit of the process of making the different combs.
Yeah.
I'm curious what sparked the idea of combining a comb and a musical instrument. Like, where did that idea come from?
Actually, I very like play music, but I don't have no time to learn it. So I was just one day when I comb my hair, I found like my posture, like the behavior is similar like I play an instrument. Did you know? So I was just how about just combine them together and make the ritual more interesting, and also I can practice music, play instrument when I comb my hair. Yeah. So.
Best ideas. Yeah. I mean, my best ideas are shower ideas. Yours are combing your hair ideas. Yeah. I love that.
Which is probably why I only comb my hair once a month. I think you just revolutionized my life because ever since I've had long hair, I just don't know how to comb it.
Yeah.
Would you demo the brush for us?
I bring it.
Yay!
You want me to hold it?
Here, we'll hold the flowers for you.
Actually, yeah, I can.
Oh.
Just you can roll it and you can feel it.
Oh, that feels.
It's vibrate like.
Would you? Oh, that's just. Oh wow, that's heavenly. Oh my God, this is the most inexpensive Caribbean vacation I've ever had.
Yeah. It's like rain and a very like spa-like experience. Yeah.
Congratulations.
200%. Congratulations.
Amazing.
This is beautiful work.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Jose Achi Martin.
When I was a kid, my brother and I used to share a lot of our time playing video games together. I remember my big brother play and noticing that he was holding the controller in what I thought at the time was a very odd position to do it in. He would support the bottom of the controller with his left hand and press all the buttons with his left hand. I remember thinking to myself, am I holding it wrong? And not fully understanding the scale of the issue. I was like 4 years old at the time. As I grew up, I slowly started learning why he did things the way he did. You see, My brother suffered a prenatal ischemic stroke that resulted in a semi-paralysis to the right side of his body. Thankfully, this has never stopped him from doing anything he's put his mind to, especially playing video games after a long day of work. You see, 20% of the gaming population has an impairment, while 92% continue to play despite accessibility obstacles. Basically, this is a large community of people who are ignored during the creation of gaming products and software and could actually benefit from this source of entertainment. Gaming is considered to have multiple benefits for people with disabilities. It can improve mental well-being as well as fine motor skills. It can help with learning and cognitive skills, and it can increase the opportunities to experience the world and reduce social isolation. As more gaming giants fail to acknowledge the weight of these benefits, the more this community struggles to adapt to in-market products. Instead of people adapting to gaming products, why aren't gaming products adapted to people? Here is where my thesis comes in. Mods, a study into adaptive gaming, explores both the physical and the digital obstacles people with motor skill disabilities encounter in the gaming world. It also studies the ableist design practices that the industry have been using since the conception of video games and offers possible new ideas to combat these practices. Throughout this presentation, I'll be taking you through a design journey that explores both the physical and the digital realms of adaptive gaming, specifically for people with motor skill disabilities. When I refer to the physical aspects of gaming, I'm specifically talking about the hardware, headsets, monitors, or even a controller such as this one. For people with motor skill disabilities, this object can be a hassle to use, even though it's an essential part of this entertainment source. For them, this product is specifically seen as a two-handed product that they have to adapt to in order to make use of, and in some cases, it might be even impossible. Other adaptive alternatives such as this one exist in the market, but the tablet itself is double the price of the mainline controller and does not include other important accessories that are catered to more specific needs. If you were to make a full adaptive gaming kit out of market-ready parts, it would look like this. This could be even 4 times the cost of a regular controller. You see, adaptive versions of products in the market are often more expensive than the mainline counterpart, making it less accessible to the public. This is where Hacks comes in. Hacks is an online web service for people with motor skill disabilities and limb difference that offers free downloadable CAD files meant to transform market products into inexpensive adaptable devices. Our customers can become a part of this community by uploading and downloading files for free. They just need to create an account with us and they're ready to go. When you upload files to our platforms, other members can see and download that file for their own personal use. After downloading the desired file, the person can proceed to 3D print and assemble the files at home. Through Hacks, you can order a print that will be assembled on-site and delivered straight to your house at cost. The vision of this project is to create a service for people with disabilities by people with disabilities, in hopes of creating an online community that's focused on helping one another. After this project, I decided to put these controller modifications to the test and created the Hacks Interactive Workshop, which served as an educational opportunity as well as a social commentary to bring consciousness about the hardships of living with a motor skill disability in the gaming world and to bring to light what the gaming industry could do to be more inclusive. The workshop included an exhibition of the 3D printed controller modifications, a testing station where participants could test controller mods in head-to-head gaming, and an ideation station where visitors could create their own versions of controller modifications. Let's take a quick look into the workshop. Hi, welcome to the Hacks Workshop, an interactive workshop that serves as an educational opportunity to bring to light the hardships of working or having a motor disability in the gaming world. With this next project, we move on to the digital side of adaptive gaming. Through my research, I discovered that people with motor skill disabilities were more likely to stay away from multiplayer shooter games because of hardships in keeping up with other players. These games were often found intimidating because of the high level of skill and competition. This led me to create Disrupt Mode, which is a video game plugin for Call of Duty Warzone and Fortnite that allows users to experience a level playing field by reducing some of the player's abilities, such as reaction time, movement, and visuals, as well as boosting other aspects at any given point of the game. My goal with this project was to design a better way for people with motor skill disabilities to be able to become a part of the gaming community without having to feel intimidated. By creating a level playing field, increasing the chances of winning, and reducing competitiveness around the game itself, users can use this plugin as a segue into Battle Royale genre of video games. The Battle Royale style of shooter games is when a player is put against 100 or so other players in the same map, and last one standing is the winner. In this type of genre, the players are put in the map without initial weapons, forcing them to loot and search for other weapons and other tactical gear. So now with Disrupt Mode, there's a new crate or loot box to look for, which is the Power Crate in Call of Duty Warzone and the Mystery Llama in Fortnite. Once open, the player will receive a randomized power down, which can be used to power down enemy players, or you can receive a power up, which will grant you a competitive edge against your opponent. There are 3 different power ups in Disrupt Mode. Starting with 2x speed, which allows the user to move 2 times faster than the regular character speed. Extra damage, which upgrades your character's power damage, reducing enemy takedown time. And tracker, which allows the user to spot enemy footprints and location, showing in a bright color to optimize visuals and lock on target. Next up are the power downs. As mentioned before, these can be used against your enemies. The only catch is that you have to be at a closer distance from them in order to activate. First one is the no weapons power down, which disables the enemy's weapon for a short period of time. Reduce speed, which will slow down the enemy, make them an easier target. And finally, the last one, the low visibility power down, which blinds the enemy momentarily, forcing them to see most of the screen in a blurry fashion. But Disrupt Mode doesn't end there. Apart from the gameplay, the plugin also adds new customizable settings in order to cater to the specific necessities of the player, such as the new controller accessibility options. Players can now pick between preset accessible controller settings as well as to create their own button layout. Earlier on, I presented how the structure of the narrative was divided into the physical and the digital projects I've made throughout this thesis. Well, what I didn't show you is that there's a third one, the personal side of this project. If my brother was the initial inspiration for the subject of my thesis, then I knew I had to dedicate a project just for him. I present to you all Playmaker. Playmaker is an adaptive gaming controller designed to sit on my brother's lap without having to use his hands or a desk to support it. The design features 8 main buttons and a thumb joystick on the left side intended to be used with his hands in a resting fashion, and a mouse-like palm joystick on the right side intended to be used by his non-dexterous hand. Both the thumb and the palm joysticks click when pushed in, adding 2 more usable buttons that he could later assign function to. Furthermore, the controller features a mic-speaker combination on the front side and a USB-C port on the back for charging, as well as an LED panel. This whole process included 3 rounds of ideation sketches, 2 rounds of sketch model making, 2 rounds of user research, which included finger and hand positioning study, a final physical model, and a short teaser video to showcase the product and its specs. Although I created this controller specifically for my brother, my wish is for the design to be used in a universal fashion. I hope that it could be used by others, even if it means that it will make their lives a little bit easier. Lastly, I want to take a moment and thank my brother for allowing me to tell his story and for always being my motivation, inspiration, not just for this thesis. I love you with all my heart, Rafa. To all the professors and instructors that guided me throughout this process, thank you for your dedication, time, and patience. And for everyone here, thanks for listening.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
So I guess thinking beyond the controller, beyond the physical artifact, What would be your advice to game designers out there from your perspective and like what you've learned this year?
Again, similar to what Corey said before, it's just listening, honestly, and taking everybody into account during the design process. But if I go a little bit deeper into the game itself, I would say keeping the game settings very broad. You never know who might need something at what time. So yeah.
So being able to customize parts of the game or like your player, the way you play the game.
Exactly, just keeping the game flexible.
My list of interactive workshops that I should have been at is getting longer. Yours seemed totally fun.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a few things that you learned from the workshop?
Definitely the most, the surprise that came from it, honestly, was that the people that were less used to gaming were the people that better adapted to the mods themselves. So to me, that was a huge surprise.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Right, makes sense. It's almost like if you knew a lot about gaming, then you were like,
Exactly.
you've adapted to a controller.
Yeah.
Yeah, so more of an open mind from people who weren't as familiar. That's great. What about the sketch models? I'm curious to, we saw a little bit of the process, but what did you learn from the different iterations?
It's a beautiful object. I want it just on my dining room table.
Thank you. To me, the most important part of that process was basically testing with other people and seeing how they interacted with the product themselves just by holding it, using it, playing with it. Most of the design was informed through how people were holding those products. So yeah.
Fabulous. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Giancarlo Cipri.
Hey, I'm Giancarlo Cipri, or G. As a picture's worth 1,000 words, it only makes sense to begin with graphic t-shirts. They tell my story. Like this 1994 French Kurt Cobain bootleg saying, "Too fast to live, too young to die." But it arrived and did not fit. So in searching for a replacement, I went down the rabbit hole and stumbled upon Vivienne Westwood's entry point into fashion and Robert Gordon, two significant names from a t-shirt made by someone a generation before me across the globe, highlighting my desire to be a student and become the Renaissance man conceived by Da Vinci. Through seeing everything as a juxtaposition, like Picabia and Cause, or the Barcelona daybed and an ice cream sandwich. Because the additive result of a juxtaposition creates something new. So let's travel through these stories, coming directly after a frequently revisited juxtaposition, being in finance school, yet studying philosophy. But my entry into design appears at a fork, 2008 and 2020. 2008 as the start of wherever you go becomes a part of you, acting as a reminder that our individuality matters within an increasingly homogenized world. Designing for myself, then designing with others, and finally for others. Beginning with an archaeological inquiry in the pyramids of Giza that have been wonders and referenced in the things that we make today. The artifacts of past civilizations display times before us. So my curiosity was matched with an archaeological dig book to uncover the necessity of artifacts, like the Egyptian sarcophagus encased a mummy, Jordan countdown packs encased my shoes. And I identified two interests, wanting things to last forever and product design. So I began collecting off of a guess, clothing size medium and shoe size 9, and I still have it all from 2008. But let's jump to 2020. Using finance and philosophy to collect t-shirts, bootlegged and licensed, to appreciate the intersection of subcultures, fashion, music, and graphic design. Because my mentor said, tell your story, you're not just a fan. So I went back and realized Supreme's ability to converse when seated at various tables, like fashion, furniture, graffiti, and pop culture. Ultimately inspiring my work from September to present, establishing a goal for others to begin their desired endeavor through seeing my progression and references. Starting with an app titled Future Archaeology that urges asking questions to realize what has and what will come by curating an archive of things that are a force in my aesthetic. And the name implies that X maintains historical significance to become an artifact in Y, as Alexander McQueen in 1999 influenced Coperni in 2022 by using technology to tell a story in fashion. Really uncovering that the future is in the past. Embracing individuality or the quality or character of a particular person or thing that distinguishes them, which really is eclecticism, as individuals are distinguishable from their multitude of experiences. So I began to draw invisible threads between the eclectic objects I interacted with. As the Supreme Power, Corruption, and Lies hoodie led me to Peter Saville, New Order, and Henry Fantin Latour. Beginning Collective Mind, a mood board for the juxtaposition of seemingly incompatible things. Like the Air Max 95 in Stadthaus, bringing me to Jürgen Meyer, the architect in Berlin. And the book for the first 500 juxtapositions, with greatest hits from Comme des Garçons and Pompeii to Virgil Abloh, Twin Peaks, and the OA. Ending with the Mail Courier, and explaining the greatest hits with Collective Mind Redux, an app. And introducing Collective Mind Live, or time traveling through photos, to co-author works using my methodology for connections, direct and indirect. Direct, A references B. Gautier references Vassarelli one-to-one in the Cyberdot jumpsuit. Then A inspires B, Persona and Mulholland Drive. Not one-to-one, but scenes of the same kind. Then indirect relates aesthetics or sentiments. Aesthetically, Virgil's mohair from Louis Vuitton is similar to Long Live ASAP. And sentimentally, Mila Kunis and Natalie Portman in Black Swan echo Brad Pitt and Ed Norton in Fight Club. So I made prototypes to gather interpretations on my website, text messages, and direct messages, and hosted the event at Capsule Studio NYC, thanks to Haruko, and wearing custom t-shirts. Now, here are some of the juxtapositions from the event, like this Urs Fischer with metallic objects seemingly like a noose over a portrait, next to Harry Chapin's Cats in the Cradle, as new modes of working in factories led to the deconstruction of the family. Men just weren't present. And then moving on to Diane Arbus in The Shining, Jean-Paul Gaultier in Prison Break, and Kubrick and Banksy. All together in this recap video. And in the bio, I have this joke that it's, time traveling through photos. Yeah, so what I wanted to do is make a live event called Collective Mind Live here at Capsule Studio NYC, where I am able to be co-authors with the individuals that come and do the Collective Mind juxtapositions live. So that's why we're here, Collective Mind Live, and almost like time traveling through photos.
It's a conversation. It's all about an experiment. You're allowed to make mistakes, and it's a social experiment,
In doing so, I'm opposing standardization because we are losing the artist's touch in design. Like Apple's beautiful logo, the oversimplification of something originally unique and academic. And it's similar with Burberry, as their logo went modern in 2018, and now is a reversal. But I enjoy the late Virgil Abloh's website. It categorizes his prolific work, formerly at the forefront of many industries within American contemporary design, through its lexicon of faceted graphics. Because all work is really pastiche, or artistic work in a style that imitates that of another work, artist, or period. Like Tarantino's movies. Pulp Fiction referenced the Flintstones, and Fellini's 8½, because Tarantino amassed eclectic references for directing by working in a movie shop. Now, this philosophy inspires me, starting with Fortune Fold, which comes from my mentor advising me to focus on the energy of money, as placing bills within a wallet that folds may be diverting energy. So I should get a wallet that does not fold. Also, it should be purchased near a bank and red, but I knew I couldn't accommodate those requirements, so I designed it. By paying me, he was my bank, and his envelopes would be the silhouette. Then being in Chinatown, I followed the fortune of red Chinese New Year envelopes with gold embellishments for color. Finally, I took inspiration from Junya Watanabe poem shirts and put my mentor's lesson inside. And another product of pastiche is Take and Tag. As my mentor Bing, who is currently 75, used paper ream boxes to graffiti in the 80s. Online, I found short coats to hide spray cans, but nothing for direct use. So I told Marty, another mentor, and he explained that I should make a product for him to graffiti right now at 75. Finally, I recalled the Supreme Stash Bible, remixed with Virgil Abloh's customized Air Jordan 1s, and aluminum Rimowas to make an aluminum personalized stash stencil. Closed, it's a book. Open, it's a stencil with storage. Here, I realized the importance of pastiche, but saw promise in using eclectic sources to produce something in a new context. Like the New Flowers bookend, the World Record t-shirt, the Brillo ottoman, the Rubik's Cube table, and mail courier bag, my first product in the market, in all shapes and sizes too. Concluding pastiche from experiences and new context from connections. For my commentary on hostile architecture, the design of public spaces featuring design elements that are uncomfortable, unpleasant, or even physically impossible, with the aim of restricting public behavior. Many beautiful public structures have inherently grotesque implications. So, let's envision MTA grates as playful public furniture, and pastiche references for attributes to make great a play on hostile architecture.
That looks exactly like your the subway thing, but except the uncomfortable thing where you can't sit.
And it's a lounge for people to enjoy. And I'll leave you all here. We are the accumulation of the experiences we have and the people we meet. In other words, our eclecticism. Thus, it must be something celebrated within our work. Thank you.
Talk about productive. I know that at least during the fall, you talked a lot about really great collaborations that you were involved in. And I'm just wondering, what's next for you?
I mean, that's a great question. It would definitely be long-winded, but to think about it right now, I would say Push and Pull. It's this small studio that I'm making with my friends to not make a play on words, but push the envelope basically in all terms of art and design, fashion, film, you name it. And there will be some pretty cool collaborations coming this summer and moving forward. So, yeah.
Excited to hear it. Will you have like a website or an Instagram page to promote this work?
Yeah, right now, just my Instagram at GreatestG is the easiest way to find it. I post fairly often. And yeah, a lot of people know it, I guess. So it's kind of funny.
Right.
So for those of us who know you, but even I think anyone who just saw your presentation, I think it's fair to say that the line between design and living is totally blurred for you. Tell us a little bit more about your process, maybe something that you don't share with most folks.
Yeah, I guess the way that I would say it is just storytelling. So what I mean by that is everything I make, whether it be a quick t-shirt or pants that I'm making right now, or the fashion that I do with Nick, or the furniture I make with my dad and my uncle, or sculpture, some people may call it. It's really all just about conveying a message, and that message at the end of the day is, me. So, yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Exciting work.
Everyone, please welcome to the stage Monica Albernaz.
Gender has long dictated what we have access to. The bathroom is a clear example. But when it comes to partner dance, the line is less obvious. My name is Monica Albornoz, and this is my thesis, Pasos, Design Interventions for Gendered Agency in Latin Partner Dance. I've been partner dancing for the past 6 years in different cities and styles of dance. And what I can tell you is that there are many kinds of partner dance. If you're Latina like me, you might have danced with family and friends. If you're not, you might be more familiar with professional partner dance. But today, I'm going to be talking about what I'm calling the cosmopolitan partner dance space, an arena of partner dance that carries values and traits from both ends of the spectrum. In this space, you'll find amateur dancers of diverse backgrounds who dance primarily for fun and for artistry, not exclusively for money, and not exclusively for dating. And what I've learned is that, particularly in Latin dance, there are deeply embedded gender roles, where women take the role of the follower, and men the role of the leader. These roles, in combination with the other gender norms of partner dance, usher women into the lighter end of the dance's power balance. While this might not have been an issue in the original context of partner dance, we no longer live in the 15th century. It's not just that 15% of Gen Zers identify as LGBTQ and that they don't fit in the gender binary of partner dance, but that now that women have role models of great power, they're starting to become curious and interested in learning to lead. In a survey I conducted of 25 women in the Latin partner dance scene in New York City, I learned that 76 reported to be interested in leading. So I spent the past year dancing with my designer hat on, observing classes and parties, volunteering, going to events of a scale I'd never been to before, and dancing from a new point of view. I dove deep into learning about dance, leadership, gender, and pleasure from an academic perspective, and had countless conversations with dancers, organizers, researchers, and activists. And my takeaway was that while the gender norm affects everyone, it disempowers cisgendered feminine women in a specific way. Because unlike gender non-conforming folks, who might identify and question the norm from the get-go, most cisgendered women and men fail to see the norm in the first place and notice how it's a self-reinforcing system which pushes them further into their binary roles. This means that by the time women realize they want to lead, the climb is simply too steep. In my time in the field, I heard women's explicit and implicit desires to lead in so many words and expressions that it should come as no surprise that 32% of my survey respondents reported not to be leading as much as they want to. I want to acknowledge that gender non-binary people experience many challenges in partner dance, and particularly in the more heteronormative styles like Latin dance. But I chose to frame this thesis from the perspective of cisgendered women, in part because of my experience, and in part because of the demographics of the space. But also because I wanted to test this question. Can helping women to lead be the pathway to break the gender norm for everyone? Today, I'll be walking you through a night of partner dance and presenting design interventions addressing 4 barriers towards leadership that women face in this experience. Starting with arrival. Women don't know that leading is an option, and this means they often go straight into following. So instead of having the ubiquitous experience of having a plain paper wristband at the door, I envisioned and prototyped Dance Code. Dance Code is a kit for dance organizations that color-codes wristbands according to dance rules. This not only confronts dancers with their options, but supports them in communicating their preferred roles. In this way, Dance Code leverages an existing interface in the dance experience to facilitate an interaction based on stated preference instead of gendered assumptions. But choice is not enough, as you'll find in the dance class, where their current design pressures women into following. Here's how classes usually work. Instructors will ask leaders to find a follower, and if they call rotate, leaders will move on to the next follower. The issue here is that there's often many more leaders than followers in class, and this means that when it's time to find a partner, many leaders are left without a follower. This puts undue pressure on women who want to lead, who must battle self-compliance, covert and overt pressure to dance as followers. This is a problem because without the ability to learn skills and develop expertise, women will never stop feeling like leading is intimidating and not fun. But Kay Lee, a partner dancer from the survey, said that if she didn't have someone to lead her, she might do it more and end up enjoying it. So what would a dance class look like where women don't have to fight for the right to lead?
Ladies Take the Lead is an experiential workshop where all participants practice leading and following in a space free of the gender norm. They learn soft skills like active listening, vulnerability, and communication, and technical skills like basic steps and pattern work. Finally, putting it all together in a space of supportive celebration.
When asked at the end of the experience, participants recognize leading as challenging, because it is, but also as fun. However, all classes, regardless of their structure, are like training wheels. Which brings us to the moment of truth, the party, also known as the social. Here, dancers will ask each other to dance, no longer mediated by a teacher. The gender norm here is that leaders initiate. This makes it particularly hard for women wanting to lead because they may be used to waiting instead of going for the ask. And beginners, who often don't have friends who follow, panic before asking strangers to be their followers. And what's worse is that if they are rejected or they feel judged during the dance, they take it personally and they sit on the side. That brings us to the third barrier, lack of encouragement, because women need support to ask for dances and not give up on leading. So how can we help women learning to lead to find willing partners to practice with at the social? Inspired by the dance cards from 18th century ballrooms, I created Lineup, a digital dance card for partner dancers. Lineup is a platform with 3 user types: the learner, who in our case is a woman learning to lead; the helper, an intermediate or experienced dancer eager to support beginners; and the business, which is the organization running the events. Here's how it works. Before or during the event, learners will send dance requests to helpers attending the same event as them. Once approved, learners have a fully booked dance card, and when they get to the social, they don't have to worry about asking anymore. They can get straight to dancing. After that dance, learners will check off the dance, and in this way complete their card. But while having whom to practice with is a foundational step towards developing skills in leading, I thought this platform could do more. So I went back to my conversation with Brianna, who said that her heart goes through the roof when partners share their joy with her. So on their way back from the event, helpers can send anonymous affirmations and feedback to learners. And when this data is gathered over time, Lineup can then use natural language processing to create recommended practice areas for learners to track. And with the collective data of multiple learners' practice goals, Lineup can create curriculum suggestions for the dance organization to optimize their class experience. Some of you might be thinking that Lineup has the potential for private messaging features. But I really didn't want this platform to recede into a dating app and lose its value as a tool for safe practice and learning. Because the thing is, dancers already have ways to communicate with each other. Although this does raise an important question. Who has access to communication on the dance floor? She wanted to get her partner's number, but didn't have her phone on her. In Cosmopolitan Partner Dance, getting someone's number is not necessarily for dating. It's a way to learn about events, to join the community, and even to contribute to it. Barrier number 4 is femininity itself, because non-pocketed dancers don't have the same agency to connect with and build community. And while the market for phone holsters, fanny packs, and the like is saturated, there is nothing designed with the practical and aesthetic sensibilities appropriate for partner dance in mind. This is why I envisioned my next project. To develop Tenera, I created lean prototypes before landing on the features for the high-fidelity product. Tenera is secure, adjustable, versatile, and stereotypically feminine. For many of you, and particularly in this theater, it might be just too much. But for women like Amalia, partner dance is the one place where they are comfortable to wear that theatrical outfit, that colorful makeup, and showing up fully. But there's another reason why defending femininity is important. We can get women leading and men following, but if dance roles remain associated with femininity and masculinity, there will still be no place for those who reject these binary forms of expression. So, did these interventions succeed in breaking the gender norm? I'd like to share some user feedback. For Dance Code, the wristband kit, a participant said, "I generally don't dance with women leads, so it was great having that experience." At Ladies Take the Lead, the workshop, Valeria said, "I'm capable of leading and I should have more confidence to continue to do so." For Lineup, Kate, an experienced women leader, said, "Does this app exist yet? I think it has a lot of potential." Also, she thought Tenera is attractive, and she's into that. I'm excited to keep collaborating with the community to explore how to make some of these ideas a reality. Because they keep asking me, "Have you figured out the wristbands yet? And how do I get on the mailing list?" My vision for partner dance is one where roles are choices, not norms. And I hope you'll help me get there. If you're interested in trying partner dance, these are instructors and events who I recommend. They're a great place to start. I'd like to thank them and my POD family for your help and support this past 2 years. Thank you.
Hi I love how many explorations you did, and how much testing you did too. It's kind of nice that you didn't just develop the products, but you actually used them out in the world and tested them all.
Yeah.
And I'm curious about that. Like, what was your experience doing the testing?
Yeah, well, it was really important for me to test because, I didn't want to design something that was going to be like useless. I was like, I'm going to spend all this time doing this. I actually want to create change. I need a test. Otherwise, it's just like in my head. So I connected with a lot of organizers, with a lot of dancers, and had the privilege to test these things at their events, particularly the wristbands. And I made sure to get feedback also because, just hearing a couple of quotes wasn't going to be enough. And the response was overwhelmingly positive, even for people who were not queer or were not interested in trying a different role. They still wanted the wristbands back. So to me, what that showed is people are aware that creating inclusive spaces, even if it doesn't benefit them, it benefits other people. And they're like, why not? If it doesn't hurt me, but it helps someone, then I want to be part of that change.
So there is a mailing list? What is it?
TBD. What I learned from the wristband testing is that they need to glow in the dark. So there's a part 2 to this project where I have to figure out how to make wristbands that are cheap or that are not disposable. And how does that affect the interaction of the dance space? But yeah.
But you're going to keep dancing, so I'm sure you're going to figure it out.
Yeah, it'll be impossible. People will keep asking me about this, so I have to deliver, right?
There's no doubt that PhD thesis involves blood, sweat, and tears, but I think you put a different spin on sweat equity with this. How do you see this project translating outside of the dance floor? How does this kind of leadership inform other parts of life?
Yeah, that's a good question. As part of my research, I learned that culture, or rather art, shapes culture, and culture affects all our lives. Dance is one of those components that create culture. So while helping women to lead is not necessarily a political act or a way to get women to lead on the workplace necessarily, the skills for leadership, particularly the soft skills, going through the fear of asking someone to dance, listening really well to your partner, all these traits actually relate to workplace leadership and leadership in other parts of life. So I think that even if women, don't want to dance with women or aren't interested in leading because they don't like the way it feels in the dance context, inviting a bit forcefully everyone to have the other experience, I think is great, to just opening that door and seeing okay, what can this teach me about myself or about where I need to grow as a person, even if they don't practice it or if it's not their primary role or anything like that. So, yeah.
See you on the dance floor.
Yes.
Yes.
I'll see you.
Finally, please welcome to the stage Sarah Hackett.
Before I start, I just want to thank you all for sticking around. I am the last presentation today. I'd also like to thank Kaylan for allowing me to have a photo of my own foot behind me. So hello, my name is Sarah Hackett, and I'm going to be talking to you today about my thesis called Burn It All Down, Deconstructing the Toxicity of Seriousness. So I actually used to work as a creative in the advertising industry. And my time at SVA has shown me I'm really torn between these two worlds. In the ad world, ideas and concepts exist to get attention and to get people to like things to buy them. But in the design world, ideas and concepts exist to actually be a solution to a problem. I found myself, while I was in the advertising world, being dissatisfied, and that bled into my personal life. And that's what got me interested in what I coined the toxicity of seriousness. And I found that I wasn't alone. As we transition from kidhood to adulthood, our lightness and levity can often evaporate, and our satisfaction resembles a U-curve, decreasing over time, only increasing later in life. And this deeply upsetting visual actually inspired my thesis. And the one thing I've learned from my thesis is that you add googly eyes to them, it makes it a little more bearable. And the cherry on top is that we also laugh a lot less. This wonky U-curve doesn't really inspire a lot of positive feelings because you really have to live into your 80s in order for it to increase again. And on top of this, I found that almost half of people hadn't felt true happiness in almost 2 years. And the more I spoke with adults, I realized this happiness and lack of laughter was being caused potentially by being overly serious about different aspects of life. Like Carlos, his work in finance bled into his disposition at work and outside of work. And the evaporation of our lightness and levity was a common theme among adults. And this is how I coined the toxicity of seriousness, which refers to high levels of seriousness that damage someone's lightness. The work that you'll see here today was really focused on designing objects and experiences that oppose this toxic seriousness. I also wanted to design opportunities for permission to get people to act in opposition to their overly serious selves. All the work you'll see here today ranges on a scale of unleash. The self-created scale is based on how much the product or experience allows adults to act atypical to the average adult norm. And as I said, being torn between these two worlds, you'll notice in my work that it actually mirrors that. Today, you'll see a lot of research projects, which derive from interviews and a lot of research and user testing, as well as what I coined lightning projects, which I consider fast and dirty social experiments. So today, you'll see three research projects and 4 lightning projects. And anytime you hear this, lightning! It's a lightning project. So 7 projects, and hopefully at least one of these makes you laugh. I welcome it. You have my permission. So let's dive in. Also, I should note that I am going to be swearing shortly, so if there are kids live streaming, maybe cover their ears. So this led to my first project called Weather Bitch, which is an unleash of 9. Adults have a hard time dealing with everyday issues which cause feelings of stress, loneliness, and anxiety. And a lot of past research has shown that actually levity and humor leads to resilience. I was particularly interested in working on a home AI because these are already incorporated into a lot of homes currently, and because almost 70% of adults actually want to use a home AI that is funny. A Stanford study found that there's actually 4 well-known humor types, and most people fall into one of these 4 categories. This ranges from affiliative, which is almost like more passive humor, to aggressive, and then subtle humor to expressive. I was particularly interested in this one fact of information from a few different studies, that just being exposed to humor, it can actually be protective and leave behind positive feelings, even when that humor was negative. So I really ran with that, and I created what I call Weather Bitch. Weather Bitch is the first home AI that tells you the weather in the most unhelpful way possible. Instead of telling you your weather forecast, it tells you the forecast of somewhere a lot nicer before it tells you your own crappy weather report in the most unappealing way possible. This AI/alarm clock intentionally pisses users off first thing in the morning. And Weather Bitch is actually tailored to a user's humor type, so it can deal the most irritating and savagely specific blow to someone's morning. Now we're going to listen to what this might sound like for a few different humor types. This one is for Magnet.
Hey there, pretty head. Look at you, a real-life sleeping beauty. Well, drooling beauty, I should say. Yeah, maybe wipe that.
For Sniper.
Rachel, Rachel. Now, am I going to have to keep playing the name game with you? Come on, wake up, kid.
The Stand-Up.
Now, I may be called Weather Bitch, but I only see one sleepy bitch. It's you right there, sleepyhead. Here's the thing, champ. I've got about 101 ways to tell you your day is about to be shit.
And on top of being annoying, Weather Bitch was actually designed to be interacted with in a way that's very different from most home AI. when Weather Bitch activates and tells its report,
"Loser! What are you doing? It's 7 a.m. Wake up, silly goose, come on."
It can be snoozed with a slap. And when users become overwhelmed with their forecast,
Hey! Hey! Oh shit, oh wait, were you supposed to be...
they can actually plug the mouth with the cork that comes at the top. Weather Bitch's weighted base allows the AI to be playfully slapped, wobble, and tilt before bouncing back into place. The cork actually mutes Weather Bitch by plugging the Weather Bitch speaker and mic mouth. Now we're going to listen to an example of what Rachel, who's a woman in Chicago and 32 years old and who identifies as a sweetheart, might have her weather report end with.
Your car is most likely ice shut, so bring a scraper. Be sure to wear that big-ass coat or you'll die of hypothermia on your way to that ice box you call a car. High of 20 degrees, low of 13. Wind chill that could make you lose a finger in 12 minutes. Stay cozy. Enjoy.
Lightning!
So now moving on to a lightning project, I'm going to be talking about subway swells. I was specifically interested in designing for a public intervention and targeting people that were commuting to work in New York. As many of us know, commuting to work can be a weirdly somber experience. So I decided to energize commuters' days and create an intervention for the New York City subway. So I created Subway Swells. Subway Swells was a surfboard sticker that was placed on the floor of the subway train cars. It encouraged subway passengers to ride the bumpy ride between the subway stops. So at 5 p.m. on a Thursday, I joined thousands of New Yorkers commuting. This encouraged people to join in, and pretty soon others did. Subway Swells was a fast, cheap, and simple way to oppose the cold, don't look me in the eye ride on public transportation into an energizing commute.
Lightning!
Now on to another lightning project I called Seriousless Boxes. Now, as a product design student, I was interested in product's influence on our overly serious selves. So I designed a way to challenge adults to flip serious products into something less serious. And I made Seriousless boxes. These boxes were stocked with different serious objects like scissors, candles, a stapler, and a switchblade. And each box included a prompt that forced adults to interact with these objects in a new, less serious way. In this prompt, participants were prompted to make music and were encouraged to unlearn, rethink, and imagine their objects. Initially, it was a struggle to rethink these objects and their initial purpose, but eventually they had a blast goofing around, and here's a bit of the sounds that they made in the end.
Lightning!
On to another lightning project I called Scrub Suit. From my interviews, I found seriousness actually bled into home life for a lot of people. So I wanted to create something that actually targeted the home space. And I also wanted to target a chore that a lot of us identify with doing almost on a weekly basis. So I created a one-piece outfit that was wearable and allowed users to clean the floor of their homes. Now moving on to a research project. Like Seriousless boxes, I was interested in how adults often have one view of a product and interact with it in one way. This is often referred to as what some call a mental model. Now, mental models aren't usually a harmful thing, but at times they can actually act something like a mental straitjacket. So getting stuck in our serious ways can be hard to break, but if we can find a way to become unstuck, it becomes easier and less serious. So I wanted to create an opportunity for people to collect a new mental model for lighting. So I created the high kick. The high kick is a kickable standing lamp, and it rewrites the script for how to interact with a lamp. Adults have to kick the lampshade in order to turn it on and off, and the peg and hold design allows the lampshade to be raised and lowered to different kicking heights. Here's a little bit of how you could interact with the high kick. The high kick consisted of a plaster base which helped weigh down the structure and keeping it upright. The lampshade was made of a foam that dissipated the force of the kicks and the other ways people interacted with it. And wooden rope actually created the structural centerpiece, and the rope helped relieve some of the tension dangling the lamp. The light was also made of silicone so it wouldn't break and was programmed to respond to a certain amount of force.
Lightning!
The last lightning project you're going to see today is called Scaffold Swing. With Scaffold Swing, I found that the urban environment is constructed for efficiency, and playgrounds really only exist for children. So I pretty much created Scaffold Swing, which is almost exactly what it sounds like. It's a swing that hooks up to scaffolding around New York. It also consists of a bungee piece, so it's more fun for adults to use. Fortunately, the New York City scaffolding is actually incredibly well built, as I learned. But when in doubt, use your classmates as test dummies so they don't sue you. And the last project I'm going to be showing you today is called the Rage Mat, which is a research project. Groupthink is a real thing, and it's difficult to break free from. So I wanted to create a group experience that actually challenged adults to unleash themselves in a setting that would normally be a little judgmental. So Rage Mat was a one-of-a-kind experience for adults that combined exercise, stress relief, and laundry in a larger-than-life way. To start, participants wrote what makes them rage on stickers and added them to their waterproof washing bags. They mixed up their bags of laundry, water, and detergent. They then loaded these bags into a large punching bag where they took out their pent-up frustration and rage about adulthood as fuel to punch and rage their laundry clean. Each participant left with clean laundry that we dried at a local laundromat afterwards. So today I have presented you 7 projects, all that range in different levels of unleash. Some involved swearing, kicking, punching, bouncing, and one was a full body floor routine. But did you catch what was hiding in my presentation? A little bit of joy. My hope is that some of these interventions inspire you to think about what you find toxic and overly serious and flip it into something that can give you laughter and joy. And as I've learned, when in doubt, buy some googly eyes because they are pure fun. Thank you.
That was a lot of fun. It actually seems like you had an amazing, super fun year.
Yeah.
And I'm curious about the projects that were maybe stayed in sketch phase. You didn't make, but were like equally hilarious.
This one wasn't funny, but I actually did buy a vintage punch clock, and I was originally going to put that at POD and have people like punch in and out so they could clock out of their student time and clock into like fun time, and then I just ran out of time, and so it never worked out. But yeah, I definitely had a lot more I wanted to work on.
Maybe actually the department can invest in that, and we'll get in the year 20th celebration. Yeah. We'll have some really precise calculations about how many people, how much homework in the 3 years or whatever.
Right.
I think in this presentation alone, you've saved me thousands of dollars in psychotherapy. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I love the combination of the word toxic and serious. You're really onto something. What is it that serious design is avoiding? Is it avoiding something?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I found is that design is obviously like a serious job, a serious topic, but I think sometimes we forget as designers that it's actually supposed to be fun. And even I was thinking about UX design recently, and UX designers really want to get people to interact with an interface in a very specific way and get them to click, that red button, but they're not necessarily thinking about how it actually feels all of the time. So I think, going forward, I'm definitely gonna try and carry more of a lightness and levity into the work that I do, because as you said, I had a blast doing this, and I was fortunate enough to be presenting it on a weekly basis, and so I feel like it actually helped a lot with other students that were having a hard time with their thesis and giving them a bit of a giggle. So it's definitely something I recommend. Just, make the thing that you think is funny.
So you've saved other people money too.
I hope so.
I think for this next part, we need to move the stools because I really want a demo.
Oh, I don't have my light here today.
No, I'm talking about the subway swell.
Oh.
Can we do a collective subway swell?
Are we going to pretend that it's rocking?
Yeah, we're going to pretend
it's
rocking. So how does it go?
Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Congrats, and congrats to the class of 2023. Is anybody thirsty? Good, there's a reception outside. Please toast the graduates when you're out there. Congratulations.